Morning, ma'am.
Morning, Mr. Roberts.
Good morning, ma'am.
Are we expecting any of the advocates today?
I don't think we are today, Mum.
No, okay.
No.
Sometimes they join in, sometimes they don't. And they never come on the site visits. Okay. So first of all, has anything arisen that I need to be over the adjournment that I need to be made aware of?
Sorry, Mum, I've got a few points and a few questions about various items. So the I think it was Mr. Warren said last week when we were discussing these letters of support that a letter would be written or that we'd receive an email with further information. Well, we haven't received anything yet.
Okay, Mr. Roberts or someone from your team, can you take that back, please?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, that is. I know it is in hand, so a letter will be coming.
Do we know roughly how long that might take? A few days? Will we get something by the end of the week, please?
Yes, I anticipate it by the end of the week, but I'm not sure of the exact timing.
All right. If you could let us know maybe tomorrow when we can expect something, that would be good. Ma'am, I've got two other requests. We received an updated list of what's in the core document library, I think yesterday. I wanted to ask whether the list of what's on the core document library could be included in the core document library, or whether a link could be put on there, because otherwise we don't know what the latest documents are unless we click through everything in the core document library.
Yeah, no, I'm in a similar position. I have to go through it each time to work out what's been added, and but nothing should be added to the core documents or the inquiry documents lists without my say so. In any event, people shouldn't be just going in and adding stuff at random.
Right. All right. I don't know whether we can have a link then on the council website, but then I suppose everybody shouldn't have access to all of those documents. I don't know. Sorry. Is there an updated CD list that myself and Ogra could have, and probably Heritage England as well, please? It's for the applicant, because I think you're managing the library, aren't you?
Yes, that's right, ma'am. We'll make sure an updated list is provided.
Thank you.
And if one could be provided maybe every few days, because I don't think we'd had one for a few weeks, so it was just as well we did have one the other day. I haven't had a look through it. If could you just each time it is updated, could you send out a revised list with that update highlighted so that we know what it is? Thank you. Sorry, and the other one is that the timetable for the inquiry is on the council website, but you can't download it and you can't print it. So I'm wondering whether something can be done about that, please. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know the answer to that, Mum. Yeah, I can take that away and let you know. I don't have an answer to hand them.
But again, it needs to be made clear, though, that it's a living document. People shouldn't think necessarily that they're looking at because they've printed it off, that's what we're going to be doing on any particular day. I know that's not very helpful, but just right, you'll have got the hang of this by now. It is a movable feast, so it's our best. The order. Well, it would have been right if we hadn't had the interruption, but exact timings and exact dates we can't always guarantee. But so that it needs perhaps just a header, Mr. Smith, just to say it is a live document and it could change. And if people are coming to join us on the next day expecting something, to maybe check with Miss Shuttleworth, I think, whose details I gave out at the beginning of the inquiry, just to double check if things have changed, what might be on the programme there. Okay. Anything else?
Yes, so I was just, yes, if there could be a date at the top of the document like there is on the core document list, so maybe the date that timetable was updated, I think that would be useful. And the other thing is that I've tried doing some searches in the core document list, and I'm finding that difficult. But there was yeah, and I don't know whether anything can be done about that, because, for example, you know, if you're searching for a document from whoever, whoever's produced it, you know, one of the consultants for the applicant, and that just doesn't seem to work.
I know. I too have had difficulty searching the library, and I can't open more than one document at a time. You can't copy anything, can't highlight it and copy it into another doc, because I tried that to maybe word search it as well. If you try and copy something and paste it, mostly it just goes then into gobbledygook.
Okay.
I suspect we might be too far down the line to do anything about that. The library set up the way it is. But I think Mr. Roberts will have your comments, and we'll see if anybody can work away in the background to resolve that. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Anything else?
No, that's it from me, ma'am.
Okay.
Just to introduce myself, ma'am, I'm the solicitor for the applicant, St Edward Homes Limited, and I worked on the Section 106 agreement, so I'm joining to assist on that part of the session.
Okay. So that's unlikely. I would have thought, and well, you've gone up, moved us places on my screen there. Striak, you're not on, your camera's off.
Sorry, yeah, I'm here now.
That's unlikely to be later, until later this after. Well, certainly, I'd be surprised if we got to it this morning, given the number of conditions we've got to go through. I should imagine it would be after lunch.
Great.
Okay. So, where have I just put? Here we go. So, my normal practice then for these sessions is just to work through one at a time the suggested conditions. I sent out some comments. They were just initial thoughts and comments on the conditions. I hope everybody's had those.
Can I give you a brief update, ma'am, on what we've done with those? Just for context, we have, well, firstly, thank you very much for providing them. We have gone through each of those and revised the conditions, or the draft conditions, in line with your comments. The applicant team has seen those and has provided some really very minor commentary. So we expect to be in a position, subject to what we talk about today, to issue you with a full revised draft, perhaps with a view to picking up any residual points, if there are any, on the 25th when we come back for planning evidence. So I don't know how you prefer to do it. You might prefer to say, okay, well, yep, do that. I mean, as I say, there's nothing controversial in I think what you've said, and we've addressed the conditions accordingly. So I don't think there'll be any surprises in there for you. Conscious, of course, that Ms. Striak and team will want to have a look at the updated set, and they might be able to do that in the period between now and the 25th to save time. Alternatively, you might prefer to go through them in turn now, and that's fine as well. Happy to leave it with you.
I think everybody's geared up to go through them in turn now, so you can let me know your views on my comments as we go through. You'll also be more familiar than I am with the relationship of the conditions to the planning obligations. So I did the conditions, my thoughts on the conditions first, then I moved on to the planning obligations. But again, because anyway, never mind. But it was a very swift overview. So, but you'll have a more intimate knowledge of the planning obligations. So it might be that there's some overlaps with planning obligations, or some of my questions are answered by the obligations. Some of the questions I had in the obligations are maybe answered by the conditions, but we'll pick all those up as we go through. So we'll just go one at a time, starting with Homebase.
So sorry, Mum, can I ask, you mentioned obligations. We've seen the document with conditions with your comments, but we haven't seen a document with obligations. And SS 106 are obligations. Sorry, yes. This is my, oh, right, okay.
Section 106, the planning obligations secured under the Section 106 of the Town and Country Planning Act.
Okay, I understand.
Okay. It's us just using, shorthand. Sorry. Yeah, planning obligations are secured by the Section 106. Okay, putting to one side the grouping of conditions. First condition, standard. So yes, on a full planning application, condition 1 is a normal condition. I can't think, I'd be surprised if anybody took any issue with condition number 1. The condition number 2, yes, so I took out the description of the development because if the description of the development needs to be in a condition, it would need to be a separate condition. But does it even need to be a separate condition at all, given the description that's in the heading?
Yeah, I agree with that, Mum. Yeah, we accepted your changes there.
You're bound by the description of development there, unless otherwise fiddled with by any conditions. Okay, and then I have no idea whether those are the right list of plans or not, and the right revisions. I'll leave that to others to sort. Again, at the end there, all that list of other documents doesn't fit in the plan's condition, given the reason for the plan's condition. If you need to make reference to them, sorry, I've got people in. I don't know if you can hear. Let me just go and shut the door. I've got people. We've got a leak and it's being fixed. Digging up the tiles on the kitchen floor. Okay, so everybody's happy with that. So if you need to refer to any of those statements, they need to be in a dedicated condition. Okay. So. Condition number 3. I didn't quite see the point why all these things were in different. A logistics plan and an environmental management plan just seemed to make more sense to me to have them all in one place, so everybody knew where to look to find those kind of conditions. These are the conditions, Mr. Striak, that control the demolition and construction process. So I combined the 2 into 1. Did anybody have any issue with the suggested wordings and the additions that I put in?
No, Mum. Yeah, we've done as you've suggested. We've ended up with quite a long condition, but that's not problematic in itself.
Yeah.
And yeah, there were quite a few points that related to this, I think, through the document in your notes.
It might be that instead of bullets. Sorry, I should have said at the start, Mr. Striak, it might be a bit uncomfortable, given that you're objecting to be a part of this conversation. The conversation we have is on a without prejudice basis. So my report has to contain suggested conditions to the Secretary of State in the event that he does grant permission, which is why we have to discuss them in. Yeah. Yes, we would have to discuss them in any event at any inquiry or hearing, but
we understand.
I can appreciate that it might be uncomfortable. It doesn't undermine your position or anything taking part in the discussion.
We've got one question, I think, on this item 3. Sorry, okay. I've got Councillor Lukey here who'd just like to say ask something.
Good morning.
Morning.
It's just the operation hours and routes as well to the developments. Yeah, residents on the Northumberland estate don't want traffic coming down through from Wood Lane and similar up Northumberland Avenue to the Homebase site. Yeah, if there's going to be any deliveries or any construction work, it's just got to go in and out via the A4. We'll accept that little bit on Northumberland on Cyan Lane there, but nothing through nothing through the Northumberland estate, nothing through any roads off the A4, Great West Road, nothing through Jersey Road, nothing on the Wyke estate, and no attempts to go up Windmill Lane either into Ealing, because you can't get to the A40 from there. It's just and it's a very narrow road, Tenterlow Lane. So we have a lot of sensitive roads there. Nothing down Cyan Lane going southwards along to Twickenham Road and London Road. I mean, you saw the locations yesterday, and you saw how tight they were. So that's been crossed out, and hours of operation as well, ma'am.
Okay, let me just take that first. Let me just take that first point about routing.
Mm-hmm.
Planning conditions can only relate to the application site. With a planning condition, you can't take away the right of someone to use a public highway that can lawfully use the public highway. So if construction vehicles could lawfully use those highways, you can't prevent that by planning condition.
We've
So what-
done. Come on, carry on.
But
Sorry.
I know other people do, but my view is that's not lawful, because planning conditions can only relate to the site within the red line. If you want to control something off-site, it's either by a Grampian type condition preventing development until some particular other work has been done, or possibly through the section 106 planning obligations. I have some reservations about that, but that's another way of doing it. The other way of doing it lawfully is to require access arrangements to the site to be agreed, the access points to the site to be agreed. So if the access was off the A4, if details were submitted showing access to the site was off the A4, that would encourage people to use the A4, but it couldn't stop people using other roads if they're lawfully entitled to use those roads. I can see someone's got their hand up. Just a minute. I'm not sure who that is. John Guest.
John McNulty.
Mr. Guest. No, it's not Mr. Guest. It's just.
I
John.
think it's John McNulty.
John, okay, sorry. It just says John Guest on my. Mr. McNulty.
Oh, hi. Just turning my camera on. Yes, thank you, ma'am. I raised my hand earlier before Tony started talking, so I'm perhaps taking it off his agenda. I was going to talk about the fact that the environmental management plan seems to be focused on construction, but surely there's a whole life aspect to environment management that should be.
We'll come back. I'll come back to that in a minute. I'm just on the routing at the moment.
Yes, that's as I say, I raised my hand before Tony had raised his question.
I'll come back to you. And Mr. Heslop.
Morning, I'm sorry. I just wanted to comment briefly on the routing. So we would, in terms of when we approve a construction logistics plan, we would refer to TfL guidance on construction logistics, which sets out a number of points that we would expect contractors to comply with, and information that they provide. So amongst that information that they provide, we would ask them for the routes that construction vehicles are using that would be appropriate to the size and type of vehicle, number of vehicle. So you're correct, we obviously can't prevent someone from using a road, but in terms of construction logistics, it's a management tool to make sure that the contractors are managing the traffic impact and environmental impact and the road safety impact of the construction. So when it comes to...
But to be lawful in a condition, it would need to be enforceable.
So as I say, it's construction logistics guidance. So it would be very much that it's very collaborative. So we'd expect there's a lot of other information that comes in a construction logistics plan, and a construction management plan, and you'll see the wording in the condition deals with some of the issues that you have raised about access to the site and how that's managed and where those are where they're located, very specific to the site. But in order to manage that site access, we need that other extra information about how the vehicles are getting to the site and the number of vehicles, and making sure that it's that whole life management. So it's not just the site, but to manage the site, we need to have this extra information, and that tells us how the contractors are managing the whole construction process. And it's to manage to ensure that we have appropriate mitigation. It's a mitigation measure to ensure that we maintain highway safety and free flow of traffic, to make sure that the contractor is managing their site in an appropriate way. But that just doesn't cover that site from a transport perspective. It doesn't just cover the site itself. It's how the vehicles get to the site.
I don't think there's any mention to that in the various bullets, is there?
So that I think the bullets generally cover those points that we ask. So that's
So you're not so are you asking for a further bullet to say details of measures to ensure that the operators operate in accordance with the TfL construction and logistics?
I think that would be helpful. Sorry, ma'am, if that's been missed off. That's something we would normally require. Apologies if that's been missed off.
And what's the full title of the document?
So the document is, if you bear with me a second. Sorry, let me just bring it up. It is titled Construction Logistic Planning Guidance.
Okay.
And it's produced by Construction Logistics in association with Transport for London.
We'll provide that, Mum, as a bullet in the updated.
Thank you.
That was sent over.
Very much. Mr. McNulty, you still got? Sorry.
Excuse me, ma'am. Can I just come in with a query on that? In that, I think the reference to the guidance. I mean, how we were anticipating that the condition would have worked would that Hounslow as the authority would use that guidance to assess the construction logistics plan that is submitted, as opposed to the guidance specifically being written into the condition as a guidance document.
What would be the difference, Mr. Roberts? What's the?
Well, I mean, I can't say that, you know, I know the contents of the guidance document in full. I think it would be the guidance document is something that's there, is, you know, as with other guidance that the authority uses to assess documents that are submitted to them. So I mean, this is something that the applicant would obviously have regard to when they're preparing the construction logistics plan, in addition to things like routing to the sites and obviously doing something making sure that it's minimal disruption to all parties around the site. But I suppose it's not something that's been in that wording before, so not something that I'm aware of the entire contents of the document. So I think you just need to think about how that's referenced.
Okay. If we, as we have been doing, if we come up with a final, what we think condition 3 should look like, get that over to Mr. Roberts, and then we'll make sure that we do everything we can to agree that before it goes to the inspector. But I think the point, I think we're aligned on the point, aren't we? Which is that this submission should show that thought's been given to constructing in a considerate and sensible fashion, and I think we're all on the same page.
In terms of the routing, so my suggestion was that all that you could do by condition was just have routes identified at the egress points.
I think that's right in terms of sort of absolute requirements. I would suggest that what the plan could do is set out, say, suggested routes, or I mean, I take the point that you make, Mum, which is around enforceability. So I can see the difficulties in having an absolute requirement for all vehicles to follow a set route on, because of enforceability difficulties. But I think that a plan can and typically would set out proposed, suggested, ideal routes to provide comfort to the authority and residents that the appropriate level of thought has been given at that stage to how the development will be constructed.
The alternative would be to secure something preventing use of certain roads in the section 106. Mr. Roberts.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. I don't think there is any in principle concern with looking at routes to the development and working out which are the most appropriate, and that was the intention of the wording of the condition as was originally before you, which we had agreed to. So in principle, I don't think this is an issue. It's just about how
it's secured,
how properly to secured. So
yeah.
I mean, yeah, it you know, they will be looking to you know, move vehicles to the site as efficiently as possible, which will involve using the larger roads, which I'm sure are the more appropriate ones.
Okay. So I'll leave that with you to discuss possible alternative wording, or whether it's might be better in the planning obligation. So does Mr. West?
Thank you, Madam. It was just really agree and concur with the comments from Mr. Heslop. Perhaps if we included the words use of the strategic road network, which would essentially ensure that the principal roads are used for access to and from the site. The other issue I wanted to raise, and this is normally the sort of issue this is the sort of matter that's included in a construction logistics plan, construction management plan, that's a wheel washing facility on site to ensure that the lorries that access the site are actually washed when they leave, so they don't leave the.
Yeah, there is a suggested condition dealing with that.
I'm grateful for that. Thank you very much.
Councillor?
Yeah, thank you. And thanks for agreeing that some kind of change, gentlemen. But we'd like to see the detail, because whether it's section 106, I think section 106 would go away of fixing it, but we'll come to section 106s later on. It'll go away to fixing it, but we do not want, because we've seen it before when that access self-storage was being built, trucks, even though we agreed that they couldn't go past Hexham Gardens, they were coming up Northumberland Avenue, winding along there, over level crossings and all that stuff. So yeah, let's just keep this. If it does go ahead, let's just keep it all contained. No unwritten assurances. We want it written. We want detail, because otherwise we're going to have problems later on, as we always have problems later on if it's not written down.
But
Thank you, ma'am.
We can only do what we can within the legislation that governs what conditions can control and planning obligations can control. I think the council and the applicant are going to go away and have a look at sorting something and come back with some suggestions on that.
You did mention Grampian, didn't you, though? That'd be good.
Well, that would, but you would need to say, still seeking to, it's a possibility, yes, but the parties will have a look and see what, they'll take legal advice as well, I'm sure.
And we'll come back to you.
What's doable. All right.
And then we'll come back to you.
Yes, yeah, any further changes we'll discuss, yeah, later down the line.
Thank you.
Any other comments in relation to that condition number 3?
Not from me, Mum.
So, Mr. West, in relation to your comment, there was a bullet requiring details of measures to prevent the deposition of mud and debris on the public highway, including wheel washing facilities and the sheeting of vehicles transporting loose aggregates or similar materials on or off site. Thank you. Okay. Condition number 4. So that's now combined with condition number 3.
That's correct, Mum.
Yeah. Condition number 5. that's covered as well. Yeah.
Is hours of work? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's now wrapped up into the new condition 3.
And so we got deliveries between 9:30 and 3, unless otherwise agreed. That was to avoid school. And then so I'm just double checking. But hours of work aren't in there. Are they somewhere else?
Ma'am, I think that's one of the changes that I think Mr. Smith has made in response to your comment is to move the hours of work.
Yeah, it needs moving up. That's not in there at the moment.
Not in there at the moment, but it moves in there as a result of the changes made to your comments.
Yeah, I should say I'm at a slight disadvantage. I'm looking at my track changes version, which is going to be slightly different.
I've got both. I've got a printed version, track changes all over the place. Okay. So condition number 6.
Sorry,
ma'am.
Just on the hours of work, where is it now then, Mr. Smith?
It will be included in condition 3.
Condition 3.
Moved.
Right.
It will be moved from a separate condition and go into that construction bundle. It's not there at the moment.
We'll have a long but thorough condition that deals with all aspects of construction in effect.
Thank you. Thank you.
Condition number 6. There was just some minor bits in there. Were any archaeological investigations planned? Wasn't aware that there were any. No. Everybody happy with condition 6?
Yep.
Sorry, ma'am, going back to the archaeological conditions, is there a reason why none were planned?
Excuse me, ma'am. That was agreed as part of the submission process and the scoping of the environmental statements that were done originally as part of the submission. The archaeological submission wasn't required, so there's no assessment of or no then requirement for a condition requiring further investigations.
Yeah.
Agreed with whom?
Agreed with the council, London Borough of Hounslow, as part of the scoping.
Who, the council, sorry. Which department, which team?
The planning authority, councillor.
Sorry?
The planning authority.
Yeah, I know what the planning. We're the planning authority. Which team in the council?
The planning department in consultation with the GLA archaeological service.
And there's record of that, is there? There's a response from the GLA on this.
I'm certain there will be. We can provide that to you separately.
Please provide it. Yeah, please add it to the documents. Maybe we can come back to that later if it's not satisfactory.
There's no point just keeping on adding documents unless they're of particular, relevance. If someone's going to need to rely on them later. But I think Mr. Smith has agreed to find for you the consultation response. So if it's a consultation response, it will already be in the documents somewhere.
Okay.
You've got another question, Ms. Striak?
Sorry, no, I'll put my hand down.
Okay.
Apologies.
So that's number 6. Number 7. My questions there related to is any land raising proposed?
If you just bear with me a second, I'm going to bring up your original comments because the version that I'm working from it's got different numbers now, so I'm getting a bit lost. So bear with me.
Ma'am, from our perspective, I think that was just a standard wording that Hounslow have in that condition. It's not relating to anything specific about the development, so we're
it's just if there is any. need details. Fair enough. Happy to leave it in. My other query, well, other queries related to it says quiet zones protected from excessive noise levels, but excessive isn't defined, and what might be excessive for one person wouldn't be excessive for somebody else.
Yeah, I agree with
So
that, Mark.
it would be a matter of enforceability there. How would somebody know if they were in breach of the condition?
Yeah, that's right, Mum. We've suggested a tweak to that says quiet zones protected from road noise. I know that Mr. Roberts had a couple of thoughts around that as well, but we'll agree the wording on that. We take the point.
Yeah, I think only the just our suggestion was just to simplify it, just to refer to quiet zones essentially, and that this was a point, because I know there've been comments about aircraft noise and road noise, and there are certain mitigations in there that would protect against road noise. I think it was more about the detailed design of the landscaping and creating spaces of a different nature. So you know, I think quiet zones is clear enough.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, and then it said the landscaping to be in following completion of construction. So normally you'd expect landscaping maybe to go in earlier, so it's starting to mature by the time it's starts to be occupied. So my suggestion there was that there should be a timetable for implementation of the landscaping.
Yeah, I agree with that, Mum. We've agreed a bullet on that point.
Yeah, I agree.
All righty. Number 8, retained trees. Are there any retained trees on the Homebase site?
Mr. Roberts, do you have that to hand?
I think the suggestion was to refer directly in that condition to the arboricultural report, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's how I've revised it. I suppose in a sense that doesn't matter if there aren't any retained trees on it, but we can.
That's what I want to know. Otherwise, it's an OTO's condition. If there are no trees to be retained, what's the point of the condition?
I think the retained trees are actually adjacent to the site, and I think the question is whether that would be covered. I don't know the detail to hand in terms of whether that those are referenced in the arboricultural report.
But then they wouldn't be retained trees because they're nothing to do with you. All it would be trees adjacent to the site would need to be protected.
I think maybe best if we double check what the arboricultural report says, because essentially we'll be following the recommendations in there.
Okay. Number 9.
Sorry, Mum.
Yep.
Sorry, just on the trees. There are trees there. There are trees on the boundary.
Yep.
As you saw yesterday, so they do need protecting. They might look a bit scrappy, but they need protecting, as would the ones actually on closer to the highway. So there's some on the boundary and some on the highway. We can't keep just taking trees out and replacing trees.
But it's the reference to retained trees. So within the red line, are there any trees proposed to be retained?
Well, that's I haven't got that in front of me. Sorry.
No, that's what someone's going to check. But then Mr. Roberts pointed out that there's the phone's ringing now as well. That there are trees adjacent to the site that would, but they're not retained trees. Those trees are not in the control of the applicant. So it might be that they would need to be protected, but they wouldn't be referred to as retained trees.
Okay.
There'd be a difference. But so again, that's something to be checked.
As long as they don't accidentally come down.
Number 9, minimum of 10% wheelchair user dwellings.
That's fine, Mum.
Yeah. Everybody happy with that? No? Yeah.
Our only comment on there, I think, was the specific reference in there to is M432B as opposed to what the London Plan Policy D7 requires, which is M43. So I note the removal of the tailpiece there, which is understood. Our view is that it should just refer there to M43. So then that condition would require what is set out in the London Plan Policy.
We can pick that up separately again, Ms. Roberts. That's a straightforward point to clarify between us, isn't it?
Okay, thank you.
Sorry.
Hang on. Yeah, councillor.
Just on that, so if we're going to have 10% disabled flats,
It's wheelchair accessible.
Wheelchair access. Sorry. If we're going to have 10%, they will be 10% from the get-go. They won't be 10% as and when they might be required for people with disabilities for wheelchair access. So they'll be built with wheelchair access. They won't be retrofitted with wheelchair access.
So there'll be wide enough doors, whether or not somebody is using a wheelchair at that particular, they will be constructed to be wheelchair accessible. It's not a retrofitting.
And kitchens and bathrooms facilities.
It's the whole of the. It's the whole of the each 10% of the whole of the units, the dwellings proposed. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Number 10, waste management strategy. Any issues with that?
No.
Number 11 is.
Sorry, we've got our hand up.
You just jump in. Don't keep putting your hand up.
Look, just on the waste strategy, and any planners will tell you at Hounslow it doesn't work. It doesn't work with big developments. It's the waste. This needs to be discussed with the waste collection authority, which is the same as the planning authority, Mr. Smith. But it needs to be discussed, because what we find as members of the planning committee, we agree something, and then when it becomes reality, it doesn't happen. It's not properly addressed, and we have to go back and deal with residents who complain to councillors. So you've got to sort it out. If there's ways of conditioning this, a good condition on this, and showing us what you're actually going to put in there, then fine. But otherwise, developers don't do it off plan.
There's a different condition that deals with deliveries and servicing. So this condition, as I read it, is facilities within the development for the storage and separation of waste and things like that. So that would be at, this would be at sorry,
sure. No, sorry, I was saying Gesundheit to Ms. Strizak, but sorry, that's true, and I understand that, but again, there's never enough. Maybe the ramps are not good enough to pull a Paladin bin, a Euro bin out. It's this detail that often lacks, and that causes problems later. Understand the collection, and that would be great if they can tie in, but sometimes they don't tie in.
So what are you suggesting as an alternative wording for condition 10?
We'll have to come back to that. We can't make it up.
Well, it should be approved by the local waste collection authority. No.
No, you can't do that. So all any planning conditions can only be discharged by the planning authority. You can't make them consult with other people, with other parts of the council, with other statutory bodies. That's for the council, for the local planning authority to consult with who it sees fit.
Okay. All right. Okay. Well, that's something that'll have to be dealt with by elected members when the planning authority doesn't monitor and enforce the builders.
Yeah. So even with the best of conditions, it's up to the council to enforce them, and that's it's up to the council whether or not they choose to enforce conditions.
We know. Yeah. We very much know that. Yeah.
So it's not much help to you, but that's the system that we have.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
All right. So number 11 is waste and recycling for the commercial units.
Yeah, no comments there, Mum.
So is number 10 aimed at residential and number 11 at commercial, or is number 10 for the whole development?
Yeah, I think that's the intention, actually, Mum. It's not clear, is it? So we can clarify condition 10 to make that more clear.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. So 11 was as is, more or less. 12, residential cycle parking. Got the archaeological investigations again in there.
Again, I think that's standard wording that was carried over, as opposed to something specific here.
Something on back to the top of the screen.
I think that's right, Mum. It's simply how it's standard wording relating to the commencement of the development, basically. So it's exclusions from what would otherwise be commencement, and it's standard wording that probably pops up here and there through the text.
Where are we? Residential cycle parking. Yeah. Everybody happy with that?
Yes, Mum.
13. Electrical vehicle charging points. I sent out a separate email on this. Can anybody else hear the noises from the drilling on pipe? It's not okay. That's all right. I can manage. I was going to say I'll go and search out a pair of headphones if it's a bother to anybody else. But okay. Has everybody seen the separate email I sent about the imminent revision to the building regulations about electric vehicle charging points?
Yes, we have, Mum. I can go first on that. I think for the council's part, we remain of the view that it's appropriate to attach planning conditions securing compliance with planning policy. Naturally, Mr. Roberts might correct me, but I don't think we're experts in building regulations. I don't know whether or not the requirements are more or less onerous. It's common, of course, if you look at other sustainability policy in the London Plan, the requirements of the planning policy is more onerous than the building regulations. So in the absence of certainty as to what the building regs will deliver, we think it is appropriate that these conditions should remain.
So because the London Plan isn't one of the policies that are referred to in the reason for the condition. So what does the London Plan say is the required provision?
That's a good point then, Mark. Yeah, we should have a London Plan policy in there. Let me double check that and I'll come back to you if that's okay.
Because if there's a specific provision, is it one for every parking space, one for every other, a 50% provision? I don't know. That should be in the condition. So I put in my comments there, is there some standard of provision that's required?
I take that point. But I guess the way the conditions drafted is that the scheme will be put together, submitted, and then assessed by the council.
So if they just provided, so you've got a minimum of 20% active spaces, but with the remainder provided as passive electrical vehicle charging spaces. But is it the remainder of the spaces that are allocated for vehicle charging, or the remainder of if that's just a proportion of the whole number of spaces, or is it the whole? Do you see what I mean? I'm not explaining myself very well.
No, I think you are. 20% of the total number of spaces need to be active, and the remainder, 80% of the total number of parking spaces need to be.
So that's that needs pinning down in there then.
That's clear. Yeah.
Sorry, just on that, when you say 80% will be chargeable parking spaces and 20% not, or the other way around?
The other way around. So the 20% will be active, so they'll be ready to go with their plug ready to plug into. The remaining 80% will be will have the infrastructure in place so that when the time comes, it can be easily adapted.
But by the time if this ever gets built, by that time there'll be more demand for parking spaces. So is 20% enough right now? Are we going to have to wait for these to be installed later on? And how many of these 20% are are, if we're talking about the Homebase site, are for the retail element of it.
This is for the residential.
Okay.
There's a separate condition for the commercial.
Okay, ma'am. Thanks.
This is for residential. So does there need a timetable? Is there a need for a timetable for when the additional, what are the triggers for when the other passive spaces are activated?
We cover that.
What are the triggers?
Yeah.
Mr. Heslop?
I believe that is covered in the Section 106 agreement in the details of the car park management plan we set out.
I knew when I was going through the 106 that there are some links, but I can't remember what the links are.
So the car park
so what does the 106 say then?
The car park management plan will require the applicant or the developer to specify a monitoring and a regime for car park for use of the EV charging points, and to convert the passive to active as appropriate when a trigger point is reached, which will be agreed in the car park management plan.
I think it just says it refers. I think the Section 106 just refers to electric vehicle spaces for those that require them.
Come on, Robert.
Let me double check the wording of the 106. I don't have it in front of me, but let me check the wording.
That might just be my shorthand. It might say a bit more, but that's the note I've got.
I believe it specifies that there should be a monitoring regime for EV charging points, and that they are then upgraded as required. I believe that was one of your questions in the 106 agreement.
That is your point. That is your point, ma'am. There's these conditions, whether some of them conditions, but we'll come to it with the 106. But your point is there is time limits are not defined, or numbers are not defined, and Robert, we need to have that. If we are serious about, as a local authority, and we have policies on climate change, if we are serious about it, then we need to have these details here, so that residents, councillors, everybody else expects it. Okay, so if it's not there now, it should be there now.
So yeah, so as discussed, we can specify the London plan minimum requirement in the condition, and the car park management plan will specify how that's monitored and how those passive spaces are converted to, at what point they're converted to active, and that's elsewhere we've used a percentage of use of the existing charging points.
We're relying on monitoring again, and monitoring does not happen as well as it should. We should have dates, we should have times, levels, not monitoring. Who's going to monitor it? You know, I've got plenty of outstanding planning enforcement cases in my ward alone. We've got 600 nearly across the borough. Yeah, how is it going to be monitored? I've got some going back 15 years. So how is it going to be monitored? Let's just put some detail there. Let's put some specification there, ma'am, please.
So it seems to me that there's a need for specific triggers to be recognised when those additional spaces are to be activated. Whether that it can, I mean, you can have it in the condition. You can require a scheme, submission of a scheme that includes those triggers, or whether it's something that can be included in the planning obligation. I haven't got those open at the moment. I don't know what, Mr. Roberts, are you looking at the planning obligation and what the wording of it says?
No, I was looking at the London plan to double check that so it's policy T6.1 for the residential parking, which is as we've got the 20% active and the passive for the remaining spaces. So that's the reference to go into the draft condition.
Perhaps we'll pick up the car park management plan, Mum, when we get onto the 106 later. It feels to me that that's the right place for the management of conversion of passive to active, which I think is the point, Rob.
But the condition also needs to make clear that it's 100% of the residential spaces that the condition applies to, not some smaller proportion.
I think we can tweak that easily, Mum.
Okay. Thank you very much. Mr. Barber?
I was just going to come and I've got the section 106 agreement open. It's clause 1015, sorry, paragraph 1015, C and D of Schedule 1 deal with the residential car park management plan and EV charging. So paragraph 1015C requires the residential car park management plan to, as a minimum, include a means of allocating parking bays with EV charging points to those who require them. And then paragraph D deals with enforcement, which is management and enforcement of parking on the site, including how parking outside designated bays will be monitored and enforced. But that's enforcement across the whole site.
Yeah, it doesn't deal with what we need about when those other spaces become active. Okay, I'll leave that with you. 14. Oh, I didn't have anything to say about condition 14. Everybody happy with that?
Yes, ma'am.
Let me get on to commercial electric vehicle charging points.
So I think it's exactly the same point, really, ma'am. We've got 10% of the total, the remainder passive. So it's about. It's
when the triggers for when those other ones become active. Yep.
I think that's right. I mean, in some ways, that's probably a slightly different issue in that there'll be a commercial decision behind that. So that will happen when it has to happen, as opposed to the residential, where there probably needs a bit more control over how residents get access to the active provision. But yeah, I think it's predominantly at the same point.
Just on that, Tesco are famous for leaving their engines running when they're delivering, and similar. When you've got if we are moving, the other day I nearly got run over by a silent truck, which is okay, I didn't. I got out of the way. But if we're moving towards addressing climate change, we need more of we need to specify these vehicles. We need the charging points for commercial vehicles. We need to specify that here in order to move, and whether it's triggers or not, they should be there from the outset, so they're ready for when Tesco may decide to turn their fleet into electric. It's not a commercial decision, Mr. Smith. If we're going to be pioneering in these things and as a local authority, and then we should demand it as a local authority, not just let them get away with it.
So the triggers, it's a question of what the triggers are. So it might be, so for the commercial, you got 10% spaces active with the remaining 90% passive. So it might be that 2 years after completion, at least a further percentage is required. It might be the triggers might be years post construction, something like that. I don't know.
I suspect we'll get to, ma'am, is a revision to the legal agreement drafting that requires the submission of a scheme, a proposal that deals with these triggers that will be subsequent.
But if that can be secured by planning obligation, by the planning condition, that's to be PPG says that's to be preferred.
Okay. Yeah.
All right. So you'll come back to me on those conditions.
Yeah, 10% is too few, really. It's too few. It could even
that's the London plan requirement, apparently.
That's a minimum, but that's a minimum, though, isn't it, ma'am?
But it's policy compliant, yes.
Oh yeah. Well, if this would that everything was policy compliant with these applications,
right? But that's a policy compliant provision. Okay. Condition 16 then. District heating. So it's provision to be made.
Sorry, I think Mr. Matthews, did you want to come in? I saw a hand raised.
Yes, sorry, ma'am. Just to say on these electric charging points. I mean,
sorry, can you just explain who you are?
Yes, sorry, Duncan Matthews, director at St Edward, at the applicant. It's just on these electric charging points. Obviously, they are led by demand as well, so by policy and demand. So, of course, we want to facilitate it, and that's why we're providing 100% passive spaces. When people want them, they should be there. So, my suggestion would be that there is a monitoring of the use of them rather than just installing them if they're not being used. Both ourselves and Tesco have incentive to put them in if customers or our residents want them. So something reflecting that would be better in our view.
So, but this is something that will be discussed between the parties. So it's a means. It's measures a timetable for implementation or triggers for implementation or something like that. You'll need to work on the wording, whether it's condition or planning obligation, but preference would be for planning condition.
Understood.
But I'd leave the wording of how that might appear to you. Thank you. So 16, district heating network.
Yeah, I agree with your point there. I think that's
the trigger right. I was querying there on that.
Yeah, agreed.
Are we looking on this district heating network? Are we looking at what kind of heating will it be? There's criticism that it's going to be gas heated, but we're not looking at some different more climate friendly system. And can't we condition that? Otherwise, we will just end up with gas boilers, as was originally sought in the planning.
So all this does is make the development connectable to the district heating network. I don't know if there is one at the moment, or there is one and it just hasn't got to here. So it's just that if a district heating network came on stream, this development would be ready to join up to it straight away.
Yeah.
That's what the condition secures.
Okay, ma'am. Thanks.
All right.
Thank you.
The only comment I had on this one was about the change to the trigger, which I think is fine, but I think this is one where it should have the same exclusion in terms of prior to commencement of the development, excluding demolition to ground slab level, because that clearly wouldn't affect it.
Yeah, happy with that. 17. So I had a query there about the trigger. Yeah, so all sorts of bits of the wording there just needed.
You set out.
It doesn't even require. It doesn't require. It says the approved internal water use calculations. Have they all? Who's approved them? Have they been approved? Do they need to be approved? To be approved, they need to be submitted.
You kindly set out some possible drafting, which we've.
Oh yes, suggest. Yeah,
greatly
sorry, I can see that.
and utilised.
Okay, answered my own question. Condition 18 then.
Yes, I think you've suggested there that mitigation insofar as it relates to the landscaping scheme should be lifted up into what was condition 7, and we've agreed with that and tidied up the references accordingly.
Yes, there was some of the mitigation was landscaping. Some of it was further unspecified measures. We touched on that when we discussed the wind. Okay, so that's being split. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
19 was BREEAM. Requiring excellent, that secures excellent rating. I think that had been a concern of Ogre earlier on, but it's excellent is
that's
very good. Yeah,
brief condition. Yeah, and that's tidied up there.
Who measures this? Who measures BREEAM at 70%?
They have their own assessors, do they?
Yeah, and sorry, Robert.
No, I don't.
Yes, it's external qualified professional BREEAM consultants, and the condition requires that certifications secured and provided to the council as evidence that the measure's been reached.
And how is that measured? And how is that reported? And how is that checked? Say,
was it
who engages them? Who engages them?
the applicant would go through that review process.
But they're independent.
Completely independent.
BRIAM
yeah.
assessors.
Exactly. I don't think there's any suggestion that
We'll come back.
yeah.
They're not part of the app. No part of the applicant. Well, they're no part of the applicant's team. They're just independent. Okay. And then so that's pre-construction to make sure. Well, the shell and design stage. And then we've got post-construction to confirm that it's all been done in accordance with what it should have been done.
Great.
To secure the rating. So again, took no issue with that. Not uncommon conditions. 21 to do with piling.
Yeah, so we've taken out the link and inserted the reference to the Civil Aviation Authority being the
document.
author of the document. Yeah.
Sorry, and how will neighbours say at Northumberland Gardens and roads off Northumberland Avenue be safeguarded from piling and the noise and the impact of piling? If it's if they're piling down on the Homebase site, it's obviously going to reach across Sign Lane to Northumberland Gardens.
The noise is part of the condition number 3, noise during construction.
Vibration.
I think it did. Just go back up. I think it did cover vibration as well.
Okay.
Yeah, measures including noise control devices to mitigate the impact of noise and vibration at nearby residential premises, and details of a review mechanism as defined by British standard relating to noise and vibration control on construction sites.
And do these get shared with the neighbours? Are they aware of this, or is that down to somebody else monitoring it?
Sorry, what?
Well, the vibration and the noise, for example. So if Mr. Mehmet at number 2 Northumberland Gardens is being disturbed by the vibrations, how do we know that he is that they are within their limits, and how could he be aware of that?
Another part of the condition requires details to be provided of procedures for maintaining good public relations, including complaint management, public consultation and liaison contact details. So that would be a first port of call, I would say.
Okay.
And then also the council would know what the scheme was that they'd agreed pursuant to that particular condition and the British standard.
Okay, all right. We'll wait for that one. Yeah, all right.
There is monitoring as part, like ongoing monitoring as part of that requirement. So there is a requirement to monitor the noise levels during the construction process. So if, for example, a neighbour raised a concern to say, about any aspect of the construction environment and management plan, to raise a query with the council about whether they were following the requirements of it, that noise monitoring data they can go back and check it and ensure that they are in line with the measures that they had set out in the agreed document.
Oh, sorry. Who's going to make them aware of that, Mr. Roberts? How are they going to know that? Mr. Mehmet is 86 and he can't walk.
If this is a real person, you need to be. Yeah, but you're giving out personal details in a public
forum. All right, my apologies. Okay, I think he wouldn't mind me. All right, any resident, and how would they know?
Okay, there's 2 processes, if you like. One is directly with the constructor themselves, which is, as the inspector has pointed out in terms of that public relations requirement under the construction environmental management plan. And secondly, it's directly raising concerns with the council, who are there to enforce the construction environmental management plan.
So, sorry, can I actually say something though? This is a result of our experience of building work over the last few years, major construction projects locally, where I don't think we've ever had a contact at the council, and I think this will really have to be properly set up and designed, and there will need to be a phone line that's available that people will know who to ring, and that will be manned all the time. Not that there's an answer phone, because normally we've had to try and phone the construction company, and we've worked through our councillors who have been very good, but you know, this is going to be a 10 or 15 year construction project, and it really will have to be handled properly, unlike the projects that we've had here in the past few years, which have been far from ideal. And it's the residents who have suffered over long periods of time as a result of it.
What are you suggesting as alternative wording?
Dedicated phone line, similar.
Yes, a dedicated.
So that would be part of the phone contact and contact details for the contractor would be part of that construction environmental management plan and the relationship with the residents. Then, but separately, you have a route into the council themselves in terms of raising questions about whether things are being conducted, and I assume that would go through the enforcement team at the planning department at the council.
But if there is a complaint there and then with noise or vibration or anything else or dirt on the road, it needs to be dealt with immediately. So I don't know how you word that. Sorry, I'm just raising the issue and the problem that we've had, and that will be a major problem over 10 and 15 years potentially.
It's no good. It's no good.
Conditions can't stop.
Yeah.
You know, all disturbance. You couldn't have a silent development project. All the conditions can do is minimise as best they can within the rules that govern what conditions can cover. It's never going to be perfect, but it's all they can do is minimise or mitigate as best we can.
Yes, I understand that, and we realise that, but it's just when something happens that there is a response from somebody in authority who can deal with it, which has not happened necessarily before. So if we can have something in the condition to help with that, that would be good.
And what that condition can't do, I think, is put obligations on the council, which I think is what the suggestion is.
Sorry, why not?
Because
the council have approved this planning application. Why don't they have obligations?
Because the conditions relate to the development, and we couldn't have a condition that required the council to open a phone line, for example, because if the council didn't do that, then what would the implications be? I think more what you're talking about here, it seems to me, is internal council processes, you know, which I can't speak for. Clearly, we can take those away and talk about those processes with the relevant council officers, but I don't think it's for the condition.
No, sorry. Look, on this one, Mrs. Smith, it's not that. It's you've got a developer there that is doing work, and whether it's a condition or whether it's a Section 106 or similar, then it can be. Yeah, we're talking about monitoring here. If we're going to monitor, you know, if we're going to be monitoring other aspects, why can't we monitor this? And why can't residents get in touch with somebody, whether it's a council? And they can do it. They can do it with the council. That's not a problem doing it with the council. But the council doesn't put slurry on roads, and the council doesn't work after 6 o'clock on construction sites. So we want something. We want something there, whether it's a condition, whether it's a Section 106, in order to address any misdemeanors by the development. So please don't back planning enforcement to us. I've told you how many planning enforcement cases we've got as exists, and you're here for the council as well. So you know, find a way to protect our residents.
That's right. Yeah. No, I think what we're saying, Councillor, is that the conditions as drafted, which are lengthy, comprehensive, and robust, do that. But if anyone, you know, around the table's got suggestions as to what can be done,
if we've identified, no. Sorry, if we're discussing it now, it suggests that they're not robust, okay? And we're identifying them after the event from when you've discussed planning obligations. Can we have a Section 106 clause on this to have this have, as we've suggested. You draft it and then let's get that agreed, please.
Sorry, what is it exactly you're looking for?
We're looking for a 24-hour contact, a live contact, 24 hours, and we're looking for a system where complaints to the developer or to the contractor will be addressed immediately, and not or within, you know, yeah, immediately, and let's see how that works. But something like that, not just motherhood and apple pie stuff.
So first of all, 24 hours, the site wouldn't be work on the site 24 hours. One of the conditions controls when work could be taking place on the site.
There could be break-ins, there could be vandalism, and we've seen that before.
Conditions can't cover every possibility, right. and they couldn't cover things like that. What if there was a break-in? What if? Right. So conditions have to be reasonable as well.
Working hours. Impacts and working hours. So if we do end up with an agreement on traffic direction, for example, for lorries, and it's broken, you know, I'm not going to write to our planning enforcement officer and you know, wait for him to come back to us 2 weeks later. Yeah, I want to deal with that with the contractor or with the developer there and then live.
Just to clarify what I said earlier about those two, the two processes you've got, one with the council and one with the contractor. There is a reference in the condition there to liaison contact details, and that's exactly what that's about. So they would provide direct contact details for an individual that you could contact if there were any complaints that you wanted to raise directly with the contractor, and then separately you've got the route into the council. So I think what we're saying in terms of the condition wording and the requirement on the applicant, it is there in terms of the condition wording with the liaison contact details.
If that's conditions, yes. If you can pinpoint us for that, please, that'll be what we're looking for.
It's one of the suggested. I can't remember if it moved from somewhere else. It was my wording. I don't know, but it's one of the bullets in suggested condition 3 as in the track changes.
Okay. And I can see that John McNulty's got his hand up again.
Okay. Just speak up. This is a discussion, so just jump in.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, just listening to some of that conversation there, the talk about the contractor. I would submit that the contractor is not party to any of these conditions or Section 106 agreements. It's the developer, and I think we need to keep the focus on the developer as the sponsor and client for all these works, to be the accountable party in terms of how they deal with complaints, how they respond to complaints, and how they manage their contractors and subcontractors and subcontractors where the difficulty really arises. So I think that's just a minor point I'd make, but it's an important one.
I think that apologies, that may be me using different terms for the same thing. Essentially, the applicant will be constructing the development themselves. They are the developer. It's not, so it's the requirement in these conditions is on them.
It's not a personal, any permission is not suggested to be personalized in any way. Anybody could develop the site, but whoever develops the site, the conditions would bind on them. Okay.
Thank you.
So I think we're down to condition 22. Air quality monitoring.
Yeah, I think you're right with the key point in this condition. Well, all the points, but the key point is this point around retrofitting ventilation post occupation, which I think we agree with that point. So Mr. Roberts and I will work up revised drafting that secures monitoring up to the point of occupation. After that, for the reasons you suggest, it'd be very difficult to intervene. But just to take us back to the the roundtable sessions on environmental impacts. It's both mine and Mr. Roberts' view that the evidence demonstrates that as we sit here now, the air quality effects of the development are acceptable. So this was a safeguard, a backstop, sort of additional piece of protection, but it will need to work. So we'll
okay, I'll leave you to work on that. And you might expect, I suppose, that air quality would improve as the diesel vehicles start to be phased out, and hopefully increased use of electric vehicles. I don't know, but you're going to work on a revised wording for that condition to come back for discussion. Okay.
Yeah, indeed. Thanks, Mel.
Sorry, can I ask, how is the air quality going to be monitored? Who's going to do that? Which system? Which authority?
It's a requirement on the applicant under the condition, and then so we would then be reporting to the council the results of the monitoring.
Sorry, you haven't answered the question. Who is going? How? Which company? Who are you going to be asking to do it, and how?
Well, it's a requirement of the applicant. So the applicant would appoint an air quality consultant to monitor that data and report to the council, and they would receive the information in the same way as they have done during the application, so that the council would then review what's presented to them by the applicant. Okay,
I think we will need more detail on that, exactly who will be doing that and how reliable.
That's not a matter for the persons who might be employed. So this particular condition, a condition couldn't say who that would be and doesn't require to know who that would be. That's not the purpose of the condition. The condition just requires that it be done.
Okay.
All right. 23, plant noise. So this is once the development might be operational.
Yeah, we've accepted your suggested track changes to that condition.
Internal noise levels.
Was your point here, Mum? I think it's right. If it is it the reference to more than 10 to 15 times a night?
Yes.
And that's obviously very vague, isn't
yes.
it? So really it's 15. So I've suggested that we change that to 15. Yeah.
Why not 10?
Yeah, or 10. Yeah.
Which is the lower end, yeah, where that would be less than steps. And where did that figure come from? 10 to 15 times a night.
Not completely sure. Was that before you're here now, Mum? I can find out, but we can agree what the appropriate figure is,
yeah. So I would need more information, and if that is found somewhere, then it would be the bottom end that would need to be the figure used to protect living conditions.
Yeah,
okay.
I agree with that, Mum. Thank you.
Suggested condition 25 was the trigger I queried.
Yeah, and again, I think you kindly provided some suggested text that we've adopted.
Okay. Because any sound insulation needed to be part of the construction rather than, yeah, okay.
I agree with that.
For obvious reasons. Okay. (26) Testing of sound insulation. Yes, I did.
Yeah, and I think you provided some suggestions there very, very kindly, so we've adopted those.
Right. Okay. So next one's contamination. Sorry, I was just reading it to see how fairly standard wording.
Yeah, I think so. We've tidied it up a little bit. I don't think it read terribly well previously, but I don't think there's anything fundamental.
Yes, because that's when I couldn't find the relevant bits of the environmental statement to double check.
So that there was a geo-environmental report, so we're happy to add the reference to that in there so it's clearer.
Okay, thank you. So, but I mean, I couldn't find it, so I couldn't see what the recommendations were in it, whether it was appropriate to reference them or not. So, okay, so you're going to come back to me on that one.
Yes, and the wording of that in terms of the additional intrusive investigation was on the basis of the conclusions of that report. So it will.
I assumed it was, but I should never assume, because you know what it does. NRMM emissions. Had a question about the building emissions benchmarks there.
Yeah, we'll just need to take that technical query away if that's okay, Mum.
Okay. 29. Suggested alternative wording there. So it was missing an implementation clause as worded.
Give me a second, Mum. Can you just give me the condition title for 29?
Japanese knotweed.
Okay, got you. Thank you. Yeah, I think, did you have a comment on that?
Yes, no issue with the condition. Just one word in there about the use of the term eradication, just in terms of the guarantees of providing that it's definitely been eradicated. That we would prefer the wording of the treatment and management of Japanese knotweed as opposed to eradication.
Just on Japanese.
Let me just finish reading any implications of that.
Sorry.
Yeah, I'm happy with that. Okay. Yeah. Yes, Councillor.
Just on the question of Japanese knotweed. I know we're looking at Homebase, but there is some down at that little narrow strip off McFarlane Lane. But knotweed requires a number of years of treatment, doesn't it? Unless it's completely dug out, and it can be dug out, but it still requires a number of years of treatment. So who's going to monitor the impact of knotweed over a period of time? I've got a location in my ward where we're on the 5th year of treatment.
The condition requires that a scheme and a timetable is put together, submitted to the council, approved, and then delivered by the developer. It's naturally in their interests also to control Japanese knotweed, but the control mechanism is the same as with any other condition. The developer will need to comply with the scheme that's been approved, and if they don't, then the council has its usual powers to hand if necessary.
Okay.
Sorry, and can I come back to piling? I'm sorry about this, but I've been reminded, and I think this was something that we did raise a long time ago. You've got the Scion Clinic next door to the Homebase site with very sensitive diagnostic equipment and the effect of vibration on, their MRI scanners, etc. And I don't know how that would all be handled. But consideration does need to be given to that.
Yeah, I'd agree with that, Ms. Strike.
Yeah. So it says, so as worded, it says nearby residential premises. So that needs. I'm back in condition 3 on the bullet that deals with noise and vibration.
We'd have no concern with that being revised to nearby premises if Ms. Roberts agrees with that. I think that's sensible.
Yes, agreed. Yeah.
So residential, commercial, and medical.
Yes, please.
Yeah, that's fine.
There. 29.
So for the habitat management and monitoring plan, yeah, I think you suggested some tweaks that we've accepted.
Okay.
And similarly for the bird hazard management plan.
Yes, so it was different from the corresponding condition on the Tesco's scheme, and I didn't understand why.
Hard to say, but when we get to Tesco's, you'll see that they are now, they're now aligned.
Okay. Bird hazards.
Yeah, again, accepted your suggestions then.
I love the expression loafing birds. Just whole life carbon cycle.
Yeah, again, accepted your suggestions, thank you. And yeah, and you rightly flagged that when we get to Tesco's, these conditions weren't quite aligned either, so they now are.
$33. Carbon dioxide emissions.
Yeah, again, accepted your suggestions there, Mum.
If anybody's got any comments, just be shouting. Photovoltaics, 34.
Sorry. Yeah, you plug in, David. Yeah. Go on.
Sorry,
I just had one question on.
Mr. Pavitt.
Yes, my name is
Yes.
David Pavitt. I had just one question on 32, which is bullet point. One of the bullet points says at least 50% of timber and timber products are to be sourced from accredited Forest Stewardship Council. Why 50%?
Is that from the London plan, Mr. Roberts, that requirement? You know.
Can we not do better? Can we not do better than that?
We will need to check where that reference comes, but I assume it comes from the guidance that's referenced in the reason, but we'll check that.
Thank you.
Very much. 34. Photovoltaics.
Yeah, accepted your changes there, Mum.
Five, residential car park management plan.
Yeah, accepted your changes, and funny enough, I knew I'd read about the passive EV conversion somewhere else, so this is where this is picked up. So I have
Yes.
This may or may not be the solution. We will decide together, but I've tweaked that point 3 to say details of a policy for the conversion of passive EV bays to active bays when a request is made by a resident. I wish I'd remembered that about half an hour ago, but that's how I've suggested that's dealt with.
Give me that wording again.
Yeah, details of a policy for the conversion of passive EV bays to active bays when a request is made by a resident.
Well, just take out, I would suggest taking out that last bit. There might be other reasons to do it other than that a request of that. So it's just details of a policy for the conversion of passive spaces to active spaces. There might be other triggers.
Yeah, agreed. You happy with that, Mr. Roberts?
Yeah, yes, in principle, that sounds fair.
Yeah. $36. Commercial car park management plan, same comment.
Yeah, accepted your suggestions and again revised that point 3 as we've just discussed.
37, food store opening hours. Everybody happy with that?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, as corrected, as tweaked.
Next condition relates to secured by design.
Yeah, again, ma'am, accepted your suggested changes.
(39) drainage.
Yeah, thank you. Again, suggested a standard condition, which I've suggested that we adopt, and I think Mr. Roberts agrees.
Agreed.
It needs the reference to the relevant document there.
Yeah, I've added that in a version that you'll shortly see.
Ma'am, I'd like to just ask a question about that. It may be more relevant to the later 41, the development infrastructure phasing plan, but it pertains to concerns about stormwater as well as fall water drainage and how that will affect Mugden sewage treatment plant. So I don't know how that drainage design clause would relate to that, and maybe I'll wait until clause 41 to raise the question.
Sorry, to be clear, so your concerns are that the drainage design
doesn't
only include surface water.
Well, yes. I mean, this is to do with the risk of flooding. It would appear here, yeah.
Yes. Surface water, yeah.
Yeah, surface water. To what extent surface water will be it's required to be separated, and to what extent that will run into the Mugden sewage treatment plant is the question in my mind.
Right, but it would be for the council to liaise with whoever it needs to. When details are submitted, it would be for the council then to liaise with whether it's the drainage authority as statutory undertaker or the lead local flood authority or whoever to decide whether or not to approve the details. So it would ask for comments from them, I would imagine.
Yeah.
It's not for me to tell the council how it should be discharging conditions.
Yeah, I think I'll maybe pick this up again under clause 41, the development infrastructure phasing plan.
Just West.
Yes, sorry, ma'am, I forgot. There's one point of clarification I wanted to raise under clause 37. Sorry, the car park management plan. I missed that.
Okay, let me just hold fire. Let's just finish with 39. So 39, apart from my typos in there, stays as is for the moment. Then anyway, yes. You're going to come back to me when we get to condition 41, yes. Mr. McNulty.
Yeah, I think the important statement there that you've made is that it's got to be approved in writing. The drainage assessment has to be approved by the local planning authority, and can we assume that will be done in consultation with Thames Water as the flood authority?
As I say, it's up to the council who it consults.
Yeah. So what assurance can the council give us that Thames Water will be involved in that process?
I can say that the council will consult all relevant bodies in reaching decisions on technical conditions like these, if that's any help.
Who at the council will do that then, Mrs. Smith?
Are you looking for individuals?
You'll be the planning officer, whoever deals with when details are submitted to the council pursuant to comply with conditions. It'd be the planning officer receives the details, and they would make a decision who they need to consult if they need to take specialist advice. You can't, in a condition, make them do that because it's the local planning authority's role to discharge conditions or not. Who they consult with is up to them.
But in practice, of course, your planning officers will always consult whoever they need to consult in order to reach a view on a submission.
Okay. Mr. West, you wanted us to go back to 37.
Apologies, ma'am. It's really the construction, car park management plan does seem quite onerous and
Sorry,
quite.
I've got condition 37 is food store opening.
I thought that was I thought I was raising the car park
Which
management plan. 38.
Secure by design.
The
Number
numbering,
36.
the numbering is different on different documents.
Okay, so is it the commercial? What's the heading? Commercial car park management plan.
That one, yes, ma'am.
Yep, so that's 36 for me. Yep.
On the original wording, it did seem somewhat onerous and somewhat complex to understand. I was also querying whether or not TfL were going to be a party to that document. I contend that possibly they shouldn't be. It's just that in the event of trying to understand this or trying to make heads or tail of it, it could get very complicated. The reason I raised this is that I mentioned the concerns about the peak hours, particularly at the weekends. I was leaving the car.
I think we might be looking at different conditions, because the commercial car park management plan is just how the parking inside, it's details of the parking allocations, how that will be operated within the site, how to restrict parking bays.
That include the charging policy, or is that in a separate clause in the agreement, Mum?
There's nothing about charging in the planning conditions.
I think Mr. West referred to the planning obligations on this, which we can go through later.
That's fine
in this afternoon session.
So the condition relates to the condition relates to the obligation, so we can deal with it at that stage. I'm happy for that.
There is some crossover.
No, the condition doesn't relate to the obligation. The condition, that's what I wanted to just double check that we're dealing with the same condition. It is just the internal management of the parking that's being provided for the commercial units. So it's how they would be allocated to the units, how it be operated and enforced, details of measures to restrict bays, parking to designated bays only, and a commitment to convert the passive electric charging bays. A policy, details of a policy for the conversion of passive to active spaces. So was that the condition you were talking
No, ma'am,
about?
that's a separate issue. My concerns were relating to the car park charging policy, which I think is perhaps it's a further clause in the agreement, which we'll get to later on.
So that's okay. So I don't think charging is mentioned in the conditions.
But it's in the section 106.
Yeah, we'll come back to that later then. Thank you.
Thank you.
What have we got to go? Nearly there. 40, sustainable drainage. My query was, is it covered by the above? Is it covered by 39?
Sorry, I'm just catching up, Mum. I think that's slightly different. I think the drainage design is the scheme, and the following condition is the evidence that the scheme has been carried out as approved. I guess they could, for simplicity, be wrapped up into the same condition, but I don't think there's any necessarily need for that.
If you keep them separate, but it needs reference to that number, that previous condition, then the details. So evidence has been submitted to and approved in writing by to demonstrate that the updated final detailed drainage design submitted to pursuant to condition 39 has been implemented. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
$41.
Yeah,
I've got mixed up with the numbering. Just hold on a minute.
Yeah.
38, 39. Sorry. 36 was that one. 37 was the hours. 39, right. Right, there we are. 41. Development and infrastructure phasing plan. I think someone had a comment. Is that you, Councillor? Or was it you, Mr. McNulty? Sorry.
Yes. Well, it's actually you raised a very valid question yourself. Is what's expected from this plan? What is the purpose? It says reason to ensure adequate infrastructure is provided for the development, and I assume, but maybe I'd be wrong to assume that means that the occupation of the development will be dependent upon availability of A, water supply, and B, stormwater and foul waste runoff into the Thames water system. But I mean, that needs to be clarified, I think, because the inference I would take from that is that that if Thames Water are not ready in terms of water supply and the capacity of their waste network, including the Mogden sewage treatment plant, that that would delay occupation.
I think that's. Sorry, Mum, go on.
I say, what's the purpose of the condition? Is it to do with the foul drainage?
Yeah, I think Mr. McNulty's got the number of it perfectly there, but and he's also got the number of the fact that the drafting we've used has come directly from Thames Water, but on reflection, that wording does need to be clearer, I think, to explain exactly what they're after and what the requirements of the condition are, which are, as Mr. McNulty has described. But in the revised drafting you'll get, Mum, you'll see that we've elaborated on that to add clarity.
Okay. So my question is, isn't foul drainage covered by building regulations? So is there some duplication? Put that to one side. It's my understanding, I think, if I've got it right, that the sewage, the statutory body can't refuse to connect a development, even if it's got capacity issues. So does this need to be worded as a Grampian type condition to prevent occupation until there's some confirmation from the statutory body to confirm that it has got the capacity to deal with it?
Do you mean prevent occupation or prevent commencement? The current drafting prevents occupation.
Occupation, yeah, that's why I said occupation, because until it's occupied, it's not going to be generating. I mean, there'll obviously be, construction, waterloos, whatever. That's a different matter. This is once it's operational, so it would be a risk for the developer. They would have a scheme that they couldn't occupy if there wasn't capacity, but it does need capacity.
Yeah, I agree with all of that, and I think the condition will, as you say, it will prevent occupation before the infrastructure is demonstrably in place. The first point you make, I think, is it goes back to the EV in a sense. I don't know what the building regulations say about it, and I'd be nervous about not imposing a condition that Thames Water's requested in that context. Would be my view on that, Mum.
Roberts, Mr. Roberts, is there anything you wanted to say?
Only to come in on the point of the wording of this condition is a standard wording that has been put forward by Thames Water, not as a result of Thames Water having identified that there was a shortfall of capacity in this particular instance. So it's not that there is a particular need in this case to restrict occupation. It was more about the understanding the phasing of it. So it is my understanding of Thames Water's intention, and it's a standard condition that they put on.
Standard conditions aren't one of the tests just because it's a standard. It's not a test for a condition. But yes, yeah. I'm not aware that there has been any suggestion that there is insufficient capacity. It's just the timing of it all. So
sorry, I'm interrupting.
Mr. McNulty.
Sorry, I was interrupting. I didn't mean to. I think that locally, we would say there is an issue because it's a big issue locally that Mogden sewage treatment plant is routinely discharging foul water into the River Thames. They've spent a lot of money under pressure from Hounslow Council to remedy that. But they say that despite the best endeavours, this is likely to continue from time to time. And their concern is that if they get excesses of stormwater as well as surface water as well as foul water running into their network, and that is increased in any large measure, it will just exacerbate the problem, and it's a huge environmental problem. So I think there is an issue. I don't know what can be done about it, but there you have it.
I'm sure they will have been consulted as part of the application, so there will be a consultation response from them. Perhaps, Mr. Smith, could you, on behalf of the council, dig that out for
Sure we can.
OGRA?
Absolutely.
Just
to confirm that. Sorry, Mr. Councillor.
Sorry, ma'am. Yeah, fair point, John McNulty. Look, storm tanks of late, they don't work. The number of complaints I've had from neighbourhoods where there are storm tanks installed that do overflow. I think we need to be very careful about relying on that kind of thing in any development. I know they feature quite a lot in the Tesco, but if they're going to feature here too, where there is as you saw yesterday, the Isleworth Bluff with a long route down to finding its level at the river. I think we've got to be very careful on this. And if it can be conditioned that there won't be any, or they be 3 times the size that are being proposed or similar. I'm no expert, but Thames Water, it seems from time to time, aren't experts either. You know, that because they don't succeed, and we've had something like 200 in the last year, I think, 200 breaches with Thames Water in the last year, and some quite serious ones in Isleworth.
I understand what you're saying there, but in the guidance in relation to planning conditions is very clear that we have to assume that the relevant statutory bodies will undertake their duties as required. You can't do conditions, you know, well, what if they don't? That you have to assume that they are, and there is guidance on that.
You said something.
I know that's not very satisfactory from your point of view, but that's what we have to, you know, conditions are imposed on that understanding.
Okay, I mean, you did assume earlier. You did say don't assume anything earlier on.
I know.
Yeah.
But that's it. But yeah. Okay.
I have a sort of supplementary question in relation to that, ma'am. That the plan, it's what's it called, the development and infrastructure phasing plan, that's to be agreed between the developer and Thames Water, and presumably Hounslow. Would that be made then publicly available?
Right. Well, my comment there is that you can't require, as I've said all along, that you can't require by condition that the council can necessarily consult somebody. It's the council's responsibility to discharge a condition. Who it consults with is up to them. I don't know what the council's policy is on consulting with local residents in relation to details submitted to pursuant to planning conditions, but I suspect, I don't know, I'll hold what I suspect to myself, but it's for the council to decide who it consults. I'm not trying to defend anything or that, but it is a matter for the council. And different councils will have different policies, I suspect.
As it's worded, I'm not sure this one even involves the council because it's between the developer and Thames Water.
The suggested wording is prior to the occupation of the residential element of the development hereby approved a development and infrastructure phasing plan. Okay, no, I haven't suggested any alternative wording, but I've taken out, what I'm suggesting is that they need to take out that reference to being agreed with Thames Water.
It
will require details to be submitted to and agreed by the local planning authority.
And in practice, it will require consultation with Thames Water, because what it is it's a phasing plan for the housing and the infrastructure. Clearly, the applicant will only be putting forward what the phasing, the timing of the delivery of the housing is, and it'll be for Thames Water to comment on the infrastructure part of that. So it's showing how the two of those work together, and then it's the obligation then of the applicant to deliver the housing in line with the timeline that's set out. So there will be consultation with Thames Water, regardless of the wording of the condition.
The council would leave itself open to problems, I suspect, if it didn't consult with people whose job it was to deal with those kinds of things.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. Next condition says 40, but it should be 42. Removal of permitted development rights.
Yeah, thank you, Mark. Yeah, no, I fully understand the point you're making here. As a holding response in the updated draft that I've put together, I've used your suggested wording. I'm just going to take fine instructions, if that's okay.
Yeah.
Colleagues, before clarifying.
43. Circular economy statement.
You've accepted your suggestions there, Mum.
They're only very minor.
Yep.
Oh, the numbering's gone wonky here. 43. So this next one's 44, not 42.
Bear with me a second on this one.
Yeah, so this was recycling and waste during demolition and construction, I think.
We will double check whether I think the question is whether this is addressed or should be addressed by the new condition 3.
Yeah. Because there is a demolition and construction waste recycling bit in that condition 3.
Yeah, so this is to do with the reporting of it, isn't it? And I think you're probably right. It probably makes more sense to
go up there. So it's
condition 3.
Okay.
We're happy with that.
That was condition 4. Next one's last one, 45.
Yeah, I think you're quite right with the comments you've made. So in the suggested drafting that you will see, I've said within 12 months of the first occupation of the development.
That's of any part of the development.
Yeah, that's what I put. Obviously, open to suggestions.
Okay, so that's all the conditions that were suggested. Are there any other conditions that have potentially been missed that anybody needs to raise? Okay, so we'll take a break now then. Where are we? 11:30. If we come back at say 10 to 12.
Okay.
Hopefully the next lot, a lot of what we've covered here will be repeated in the other set, so maybe it'll take us less time. So we'll adjourn until 10 to 11 then. Thank you.
Thank you, Mum.
Thank you, Mum.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Talk to an empty chair. Okay, we've got our main participants. Yep. Okay. So we're moving on then to the conditions suggested in relation to the Tesco site. Condition number 1, standard condition. Same for number 2. Suggested condition 3, phasing.
Yeah, we've accepted your suggested changes to that one.
Agreed.
Okay. Number 4.
Yeah, we're going to Mr. Robertson team will identify those plans that would be approved plans and remove the residual ones, and we'll get that over to you in a revised list, removing the reports as per Homebase one.
And it will be just the parameter plans. Those are what's listed. We'll put the titles on. So it's just the parameter plans and the access plan, which is the one element in detail.
Okay. Sorry, just... Is access for now?
Yes, that's right. Access is in detail.
Need a definition of the reserved matter. That's what's missing. Just have a look. Where can I easily find that?
Under the next condition, the reserved matters condition, there's the detail of those other ones,
that needs to move. Yeah.
Sorry, can we ask Mr. Abbas to mute his microphone, please?
I don't know who Mr. Abbas is. I can see you, but...
Yeah, sorry, Mum. Mr. Abbas is the solicitor working for the council on the legal agreement. So the counterpart to Mr. Barber. You might want to stick your camera off for now, Mr. Abbas, and we'll get you back when we're on the legal agreement.
Okay. So on to condition 5. Typo again on my part, sorry.
You've kindly provided us with drafting, so that's fine. Yeah, and we've accepted it. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, so we've clarified this one, Mum. So the second bullet, we've clarified that total figure includes the energy centre plant refuse, etc., which is excluded from the first bullet. So it's just to set those different parameters.
Okay.
Can we, well, ma'am, I mean, I can't remember the last big reserve matters application I looked at as a councillor, but reserve matters do need to be consulted, don't they? I mean, when you get a phase of if something's going to be phased, then we do need consultation. We need a proper planning application to come through and assessed, just like almost any other. Just because it's got it's got a maximum, and it says up to a little bit later on about quantum of development. I think the last one we did have was the Brentford Football Club, but again, I wasn't there at the start. Yeah.
It's a formal application that the council there would be requirements for consultation.
But we're agreeing conditions now on on the aspect on the separate applications that will come in the future? We'll agree
Right.
conditions, although they'll come then, will they?
So at outline stage, you can't impose. You can, for the most part, you can't impose additional conditions when you come to dealing with reserved matters applications. You can't impose conditions that go back to the principle of development or set new parameters and things. So anything that needs controlling overall has to be put on at this stage. The conditions have to be put on at this stage. So reserved matters application, if it's approved, can be subject to conditions, but they would just relate to those specific details. It can't. They would be much fewer. They would need to. They could only relate to that. They couldn't take away the principle of what was approved or the parameters that were approved as part of the outline. Can anybody put it more succinctly than that for me?
Well, no, I think that's pretty clear. So this application is for, in effect, the principle of the development and the access, and so it's right that conditions are applied to this outline planning permission if wanted. That relate to those aspects, and there'll clearly be lots of things that can be dealt with there. Reserved matters applications will be forthcoming, as you say, Councillor. They'll be consulted on in the normal way, and if it's appropriate, if the nature of those submissions necessitate further conditions relating to the specific parcel that we've got before us at that point, then they'll be attached again then.
Yeah, but when this did come to planning, although, you know, bearing in mind we were only allowed 5 minutes each as ward councillors, when this did come to planning, it was just a red line. It was a red line around the site, wasn't it? So did we decide on access, ingress and egress on that, and heights and similar, or was that?
I think in a nutshell, yep. I think what we've got is a site. We've got a quantum of development. We've got parameter plans showing us, the maximum and minimums, and we've got all of the technical documentation, and we've got the illustrative material, etc. That's shown the authority how that quantum might be delivered. How it actually is delivered will be subject to the reserved matters, and the access was part of the outline, so that is being considered now.
Yes, so access to the site is for detailed consideration now. The rest is more in principle.
Okay, so access. So okay, well, I can't remember where the access was for this site.
Oh, well, it's in.
It's on Sign Lane. Is the main vehicular access into the site. And the other points of detail were pedestrian accesses into the site and the bus turnaround on Grant Way as well. So those were the key elements that are shown on the access plan, which is an approved drawing. And just to clarify, in terms of the level of detail on the parameters, it's not a very loose outline application. It's quite a defined outline application. So there are specific block plots and heights for each one of them, heights for elements of buildings within each one of them. Areas which are residential and non-residential use. There are quite a lot of details there to control what then comes forward under the reserved matters.
Right. Sorry, can I ask? I don't think we've been, as OGRA, we've been involved in an outline application where then reserved matters have been considered. I just want to make sure that OGRA and local residents are consulted at each and every stage when this goes to when these reserved matters go to planning committee, and that this is done, properly and formally. And as you know, we're very engaged in this whole process, and we would like to have as much input as possible. From hearsay from other parts of the borough, I think that's not always happening, and I just wanted to make sure, and I don't know whether this can be done by condition or some other way, but that we are properly consulted and listened to, please.
Reserved matters applications are formal planning applications. I can't remember whatever the section is for reserved matters, and the council, there will be a requirement on the council to undertake particular consultations the same as there is with a full planning application or an outline planning application. It's a reserved matters application, and they will have requirements that they need to follow in terms of who they consult. I can't imagine that they would not consult local residents in the same way, but I don't know. You'd have to ask the council, but it's not something that you can require by planning condition.
Okay, if we can ask the council to come back on that separately to us, please.
I can speak for them, I think, on this one, Mama. I mean, the council will consult in exactly the same way as it would for a full planning application. So it's inconceivable to me that you wouldn't be notified in the same way when those applications come forward.
Okay, thank you.
So other queries I had on here was a condition necessary. So the flexible floor space is up to 5,000 square metres, the pub drinking establishment and the mobility hub, 2 different uses, 1,000 square metres. So was there a need to specify maximum floor areas in there? So would it be a problem if all the commercial floor space was taken up by one, 5,000 square metres? I don't know, but or one or just 2 large floor space occupiers?
Yeah, thanks, Mum. Yeah, no, we've had a look back through what was tested at ES stage, and there's no requirement. No requirement's been demonstrated for maximum floor space above.
For any single unit.
Up to the 5,000, exactly. So the council is comfortable with that.
So just to clarify, in terms of what was in the development specifications document, we had minimums of each of the 3 category of uses. So a maximum of 5,000 square metre total, but within that a minimum of 1,000 would be broadly community, minimum 1,000 broadly business, a minimum 1,000 broadly retail. So it ensures a mix, but
that's what I was getting at.
So there wasn't a restriction on individual unit sizes within those categories.
So would that then, Mr. Roberts, be controlled by the parameter plans? Is that?
Well, it was controlled through the development specifications document, which, as we previously mentioned, was referenced under the approach previously was that was put under the approved plans document, if you like. So that is an element that's kind of, it's been taken out of the approved plans condition, which now just refers to the parameter plans. So this condition could refer back to that same table that's in this development specifications document, or we could put the detail in that, but essentially it's minimums for each of those 3 uses within the maximum of 5,000 square meters. So it's about ensuring a mix of uses rather than individual unit sizes.
If it then it's an and, there are a minimum of 1 and a minimum of an and, that's fine, because that would secure your mix. It was my concern was that you could just get 1 or 2.
No.
A big, I don't know, restaurant or something, and no other uses in there. Yeah.
So in this condition, we'll refer to the minimums of the uses. There's also a kind of a design element to it as well, in terms of where the spaces for non-residential use are identified, that it's not just one big lump in one big block. It is in various different blocks around that clearing within the site. So
you'll come back to me with back to me with some revised wording for that then. Thank you. Number 7. Presumably nobody takes any issue with that.
No, agreed.
Number 8.
I think what we've said here, I don't think there's any concern in principle. I think what we've said is that these submissions would be they'd be new reports relating to the reserve matters at hand. So there would naturally be some crossover from the work that's been done and has been submitted with the environmental statement, but whether or not these reports, whether or not the condition is to explicitly reference that, I would suggest probably not, but I don't think it.
Well, maybe or just based on whatever the name of the corresponding report is.
Yeah.
Otherwise, what?
It's too. Yeah.
Otherwise, what's the point of all that evidence? That informed the environmental statement. That's what people will have looked at to inform their views and comments.
Yeah, I don't feel strongly about it, Mum. I'd be very happy for a reference to be included in there. That's fine.
I think it is important because it ties into the environmental statement, which assessed the implications of the development.
Well, thank you for raising that, because people kind of residents are lumping both these lumps together, and what's good for Homebase, which we have looked at very closely now, should be good for because that's likely to be the one, if ever it gets permission, likely to be the one to go first. So we don't want to, what we've got there at Homebase should be an absolute minimum for here at further up Scion Lane, and maybe at some point in the future, could we look for, circumstances will change, because if this is going to take 15 years, there might be new policies and new imperatives down the line. So thank you for highlighting this, and thank you, Mr. Smith, for acquiescing.
Okay, number 9.
Just materials, Mum.
Sorry.
Yeah, so my view is generally that materials are part and parcel of appearance, and you wouldn't normally have a separate condition because they would be part of the appearance reserved matters details that were submitted. So a separate materials condition is not needed.
What we've suggested in the updated text, Mum, which you may or may not agree with, is a point S to the condition 8, the detailed submission requirements, an additional point there, which is details of external materials and landscaping. And then, as you say, it may or may not be necessary subsequently to attach a condition to reserve matters consent.
So 9 deleted then.
Yeah.
105 meters.
8.
Yeah.
Go on. Come and speak.
Well, no.
Sorry, Mum. We have got a comment
on
height.
So,
go on.
Excuse me, David Pavitt again. I was just puzzled by the idea that for the whole site, there is a maximum of 105 meters.
Sorry, what condition are you on? Sorry.
Sorry, 10 building heights.
Okay, so we're just about to get there. Okay. 10.
Yeah.
Sorry, yeah, the numbers are different again, possibly.
Oh dear.
Oh, sorry, condition 10, yes.
Yeah, the heading is building heights, and
yes.
Since some of this is supposed to be stepped, I just wondered why there was just one figure. Would that allow for some supplementary applications by other buildings higher than they've appeared so far?
I think, sorry, Mr. Roberts, go on.
Yeah, I was just going to clarify that on that in terms of the there is a parameter plan which sets out maximum building heights, and that's referenced under the approved plans condition that we touched on earlier. So that sets out individual blocks and the actual AOD heights of individual elements of that as well. So as you rightly say, it is stepped in order to ensure that what gets delivered is reflective of the details that have been put in as part of the outline submission. So this condition with the reference there, I understand it was something that was a request from Heathrow as a kind of blanket height. Generally, it's got no reference to the actual development itself, and the development itself is controlled in terms of building heights by the parameter plans, which are much lower, obviously, than 105 meters. And I think you made the point about whether this is necessary, given we've got the building heights. Our view is that it's not necessary to control the heights of the buildings themselves, because clearly that's controlled by the parameter plan. I wonder whether the intention there is about any structures that could be added to on top of the buildings, and that's the reason that Heathrow have requested it. But from our perspective, it's the heights of the buildings are controlled by the parameter plans.
Okay, I get it. Thank you.
I think that's right, Mr. Roberts, and I think this probably is a case of mislabeling the condition. Really, calling it building heights is probably a bit alarmist, isn't it? Really, it's as you say, it's a direct request from Heathrow Airport, but the parameter plans do the same job. Well, I mean, so far as the buildings are concerned.
Sorry, hang on. We don't actually have a condition tying in the development to the parameter plans in terms of heights.
What will be the revised approved plans condition will list out those parameter plans once it's revised.
Right, but it's not a plan okay. So I think it needs to be a separate condition that the building heights need to accord with the heights set out in the parameters plan. That would be a separate condition in lieu of that condition 10.
What would you think, Mum, about a condition that required the development as a whole to comply with the parameter plans as a whole? Only if building heights gets an elevated status, you might wonder what about the rest of them.
Yes, it's the development. I don't know. It's the development as a whole would need to comply with the parameters plan. I want to specify including heights. Well, I can't recall off the top of my head what else is shown on the parameters plan.
Yeah.
And presumably none of those exceeds 105 AOD.
No,
so that would, yeah, okay.
Yeah,
so and any difference from that would need to be the subject of a separate Section 73 application. 73, yeah.
Is that not covered by the approved plans condition that we've got at the moment, which says the submission of the reserve matters and the implementation of development should be carried out in accordance with the following drawings, then lists out all the parameter plans, which includes the maximum building height, is one of those. We'll obviously add in the drawing title so it's easier, but it's one of those parameter plans that's listed there. So I mean,
that is okay. So none of those. I mean, I made the suggestion on the Homebase one that you need the titles for the plans as well as just the numbers, because so I don't know that the parameters plan is in there.
We will add in the titles, but the maximum building height parameter plan is one of those.
One of those. That's fine then. I'm happy with that. So 10 goes then.
Yeah, happy with that one. Yeah.
11. So we're back to the construction management arrangements.
So we've
so as same as Homebase.
Yeah.
And our only comment on that in terms of the exact same wording is that as it did before, it needs to reflect the phased delivery. So it will be the same wording, but with the reference to for the relevant phase. Yeah.
Yeah, that's agreed.
Same for 12. Condition 13. So revised, same as Homebase 5.
Yeah.
Condition 14, hours of work. Oh, no, it's not. This was Homebase 5.
Yeah, so again, that's wrapped up into the big condition, whatever it is now, 12, 11, 12.
Needs to be 24-hour clock, I think, as well.
Yeah.
Instruction.
Sorry, okay. Can we confirm that all this will be the same as Homebase? What we discussed regarding Homebase, those extra and the contractor contacts and all that kind of stuff, yeah, or developer contact. Okay, all right, thank you.
Construction noise.
It's the same point again, Mum. Yeah, moved into the construction condition.
Okay. So 16, bird hazard.
Bird hazard, we have, yeah, we've taken that over from the Homebase for consistency.
Did we mention that? I can't remember. Was that loafing birds? Oh yes, that was the loafing birds one.
And then we've removed the informative aspects as you've suggested, Mum.
Yeah. 17, landscape management plan.
Yeah, so comments in general accepted on the trigger point. I agree with you, Mum. I've suggested alongside the submission of applications relating to landscaping reserve matters submissions, which I think would make sense, but happy for other.
Sorry, say again. You've got some revised wording that does what?
That requires the submission of the landscape management plan alongside the submission of landscaping reserve matters applications.
Agree with that?
Sorry.
Sorry, just for simplicity in terms of that, if it's going to be a requirement for a submission of a reserve matters application, it might be more straightforward just to lift that reference and put it, we've got another condition earlier on about details of submissions for reserve matters, and it could just be the landscape management plan could be a detail under there.
I'm not so sure about that. I think that because this condition's in sort of a number of parts and it requires the submission and then the doing and then the retention, I wonder if it's a bit too complex for that, for a bullet in that condition, and presumably there's a potential scenario where landscaping as a reserve matter is not submitted alongside everything else. That might not be the case, but it could be the case, and then you wouldn't want to be submitting landscape management plans as a essential requirement of a reserve matters that didn't relate to landscaping.
Yeah, well, I wasn't suggesting taking the whole detail of the condition, just the fact that if the intention is you need to submit it with a reserve matters application, which I think is the alternative wording, that it's the same effect in any event, so we're comfortable with it.
I'm happy with it as a separate condition. I think it's clearer.
Just on this, there's great play was made of the smashing features down at this site, water parks and what have you. But when it's being sold that way. So when would that come in? Shouldn't that go in first before even the first block is occupied? So that is there. A little bit like what you suggested earlier on, ma'am, about the landscaping being being sorted prior, or being sorted at the earliest opportunity, so that those lovely people that feature on the drawing have got something to go to once they occupy the first block, the first phase. And the tree stuff goes along with it as well, because we've still got, as you saw when we walked through Fire Grant Way the other day, yesterday, there's plenty there that needs protecting as well.
So the separate condition needs to say, so landscape management plan to be submitted with the landscape reserved matters for each phase. It's a landscape management plan and a timetable for implementation.
Thank you.
18.
Thank you, ma'am.
Now, I know there are retained trees on this site. Is Part A already, that information already before us?
What I've said is that because as a Part A requires details of the relationship, I suppose, between trees and development, and because we don't have a formal development layout at this stage, given the outline nature of the proposal, it makes sense to clarify that once we have got a submitted layout, and if Mr. Roberts agrees or not.
Well, as you say, ma'am, there is an arboricultural report that was submitted, and the footprints of those development parcels have been informed by the locations of trees. So I think it's right to refer to the, as on your point with the other documents, to refer back to the arboricultural report submitted with the outline application, so to ensure that any further details that come forward are in line with the original report.
The 19 then?
Bear with me a second. Yeah, I think that's right, Mark. We've accepted your suggestions there, and removed the reference to the duplicate.
That middle paragraph's unnecessary, isn't it? If it.
Exactly. We've done it already. Yeah.
Okay.
So in terms of the lighting, ma'am, again, this is an issue that I've got locally with another massive development that is not being, the lighting's not being managed. Can we have conditions in there to that the developer does manage? Minimum standards for lighting, minimum standards for responding to requests, and for fixing lights. If a whole swathe go down, or even if just a one bulb goes on one lamp column, who's gonna how can we ensure that these lights are going to be fixed and sites made safe for residents?
The purpose of the condition is to control the location and type and everything of external lighting on the scheme. How that's managed within the development is not for this. It's not for a condition. That would be whoever manages, the facilities manager of the building. Not
a section 106 either.
I wouldn't have thought so.
Okay, well, that's what we got with Crest Nicholson. Okay. On the other side.
This is more how it looks. It's more to do with how it looks.
Okay, all right. Thanks for explaining.
It's sort of, yes. It's the living. It's how it looks, and to avoid inappropriately bright lighting, I suppose, directed at adjoining residents. But yeah, it's how it looks as well, character and appearance. Yep. 20, we got the wheelchair dwellings again.
Yeah.
So this just says M43. Was
spotted the
it a
same.
different scheme?
Which is that was our comment on the other one. It was the M43 is what's referred to in the London Plan policy. So this one already says that, and it was just to clarify the same on the other one.
I think, Ma'am, I'm getting I'm getting instructions that the council does have a view on this in terms of which category of M43. So there's obviously a consistency point here that's not come across. But if it's okay to leave that with me and Mr. Roberts, we can look to agree that.
Sorry, Mum, can I raise something? Because we just had a message through earlier relating, I think, to the Homebase site and the wheelchair dwellings, is that I think you were seeking a commitment of 10% wheelchair accessible units, so no retrofit in the S106. So there are conditions that state that if the council does not communicate the need for wheelchair units, then wheelchair adaptable units will be supplied instead of wheelchair accessible units. Now, I don't know if this goes in here or if that goes in the S106.
Not quite clear about the point you're trying to make.
I'm not sure I am either. I think it's basically to make sure that there is no retrofitting.
Well, it wouldn't prevent retrofitting on other units if somebody required that.
The minimum
but this would be a minimum of dedicated units that were specifically constructed.
Right.
Without
retrofit. Right. Okay.
There are different references. So in the condition, which is what's here, it applies to all units. There are some references to wheelchair homes within the Homebase section 106. So that may be something we can pick up at that point, but that's specific to the affordable element within the Homebase.
Okay.
21, waste management strategy.
Yeah, we've accepted your suggestions there, Mum.
What did we have to say on Homebase? This was the waste management strategy for the residential element.
So I think the way the conditions currently, okay, so we've got the two, haven't we? That's right. So condition 21, the top one should specify residential.
Yeah. 22.
Yeah, accepted your suggestions, Mum.
Did that tie in with whatever the comments we had on? Find it. Homebase. Right, on Homebase it was called commercial waste and recycling. Okay, yeah. '23.
Yeah, we've copied that over from your suggested text on Homebase.
For delivery and servicing, that came back. We didn't come back to that in so there isn't a delivery and servicing management plan. Delivery and servicing plan condition on Homebase. There was.
Um,
Let's do a quick word search. Maybe it's called something else. Authorised servicing. Yeah, there's no servicing's not mentioned in there.
I think that's
the
good.
councillor's point about collections and deliveries and all sorts of things there. Sorry, Mr. Roberts.
Sorry, Mr. Barber, were you about to come in?
Yeah, I'd probably say the same thing as you, Mr. Roberts. The Homebase Section 106 agreement deals with delivery and servicing management plan for that site.
Why?
It's quite a long assessment. There's quite a lot of detail in there around the servicing areas that are going to be provided on the site and the trip and vehicle assessment, refuse management. So I don't know exactly why that was moved into the 106 rather than by condition, but there is quite a lot of detail there under those provisions. So it's sitting in the 106 for now.
So if
as long as it's somewhere.
Yeah, it's in the 106. It's paragraph 9 of Schedule 1 of the Homebase Section 106 agreement.
So if Mr. Bloggs, not a real person, so if Mr. Bloggs living on the 12th floor of the 17-story block has got an Amazon delivery, how's he going to get that? How's the Amazon bloke or woman going to get up there and hand it over to him? For example, what if someone's getting? What about when people are moving in? How are they going to get their furniture up there? You know, so there isn't. You know, what if a boiler goes or a piece of washing machine packs up? How's somebody going to go up there and park up and service these appliances? So that if there's no service and delivery plan, well, why isn't there?
So it's just secured in the planning obligation.
So there's no condition on where people can park. So that's not necessarily in a. Would that feature in a Section 106 agreement? You want to know where someone's going to park if they're going to go there. They might even have an electric vehicle.
So the 106 requires submission of details of the servicing areas that are going to be provided to prevent parking elsewhere. I suggest we run through it in detail in the 106 session.
Yeah, that's something we'll come back to in the 106 council.
Okay.
So for Tesco's, we've got it as a condition.
The suggested drafting in the version that you haven't seen yet, Mum, just adds a bit of clarity. I've just added a delivery and servicing plan relating to the residential and non-residential components of the development, together with details of the management of the DSP, should be submitted. Just to add some robustness to that condition.
It needs to relate to each phase. Yeah. So my question would be, why is it a condition here? So I've just been told it was a condition. It was in the planning obligation because it was long and complex. Why doesn't the same apply on the Tesco site?
My instinct, Mr. Roberts, will have the correct answer to that, but my instinct is because the Homebase store includes the new superstore, which will bring with it unique delivery and servicing components that will need to be addressed in detail.
But there's a lot more residential on this site.
Mm-hmm.
So there is a delivery and service management plan in the Tesco 106 as well. So this is in the condition in addition to the Section 106 rather than in place of. I think Mr. Heslop might be able to come in on that.
Sorry, I mean, I was just going to clarify that the Homebase site is much more, because of the nature of the development, the site and services is much more constrained. So we wanted to ensure that there's more clarity and detail on the servicing arrangements for that site. The Tesco site is a much larger site, which has space within it for deliveries and servicing, which will need to be identified in the delivery and servicing plan, but should be much easier to arrange the detail or agree the detail of that than for Homebase. if that makes sense.
But it's secured, that's the main thing.
Yeah.
So it needs to be tied into each phase, a plan for each phase. So there is some commercials, there's some commercial, isn't there?
Yeah.
Obviously not on the scale of the Tesco site. So it needs to be clear that it relates to commercial and residential.
Agreed.
Okay.
Yeah. There are areas identified on the plans for the commercial servicing and in outline for the residential. So it relates back to the plans as well, just how those areas are managed.
Thank you. We're on to the BREEAM conditions again. Securing the development for the commercial elements.
Yeah, I've removed reference to retail and left it as a design stage BREEAM certificate, and summary score sheet for commercial units within that phase.
And 7, air quality monitoring.
Thank you, Mark. Yeah, this is the same point as on Homebase, so we will revise this so that it's deliverable. It'll be up to occupation, not after occupation.
Sorry, 28. Plant noise, same as Homebase.
Yeah, I agreed with your suggestions. Thank you.
'29 internal noise levels, same as Homebase.
Same with Homebase.
Sound insulation.
Sound insulation. Yeah, same as Homebase again. Come on.
Sound insulation testing. Same.
Again.
Just to clarify, these will be same as Homebase with the reference
with
to
phasing.
Phasing. Yeah, so that's implied. Yeah.
Site investigations the same.
It is. Yeah.
And RMM. 35, something different.
35.
Habitat management and monitoring.
We've accepted your suggested tweaks there, Mark.
Sustainable design and construction.
Yeah, we've you correctly flagged, Mum, that there were some inconsistencies between this drafting and the Homebase drafting, so we've married them up in the version that we've got.
I said Tesco and I meant Homebase in my comments, but you got it anyway. $37 water usage.
Yeah, that's
as per Homebase.
Well, I think we had this condition in twice actually, so we've just deleted this second version.
Right. And it was 23 that was similar to,
Right. Yeah.
To reflect Homebase, yeah.
And on the drainage, Mum, 38. Yeah, we've adopted the suggested drafting.
29 Homebase.
Again, accepted the suggested adjustments.
Secured by design. Wastewater.
Accepted the suggestions. Likewise for 41. Water network.
So again, sorry, I'm still on 40. So there's the reference in there. Plan's been agreed with in consultation with Thames Water needs taking out. Condition 40, part 2.
Yeah, agreed. And not for the benefit of others, we will, the council will no doubt consult Thames Water, but yeah.
Okay. (41).
Accepted the suggestions, Mum.
And it's clear to somebody what the difference between, so in 40, you need to delete that last part. So going back to number 40.
Yep.
That's because that's an informative. So 41, is it clear to somebody what the difference between all water network upgrades and wastewater network upgrades? Isn't there some, doesn't all water network include wastewater network?
That was the request from Thames Water for separate. So with wastewater dealing with foul and surface water, and water dealing with the water connection. So it was their request for 2 separate conditions.
Okay. And you need to take out the informative at the end.
Yep.
Like the reference to agreeing it with Thames Water needs deleting. Home condition 42, drainage design.
Yeah.
Based on Homebase.
Exactly. Yeah. Thank you.
43, the same.
Same again.
Sustainable drainage. 44, removal of permitted development rights.
Yeah, no concern in principle, Mum, but as before, if I could just take those away, just to take brief instructions.
There's more scope though on this site for, if you want to call it curtilage buildings, curtilage structures, whereas there wasn't on the Homebase site. So that might still be a relevant matter for this one.
Absolutely.
45.
The question you've asked here, Mum, is whether or not the matter of tree removal is dealt with in the construction.
No, we've got 44 and 45 removal of permitted development rights. So hold fire just a minute. So 44 prevents change of use. (45) relates to enlargement structures and buildings of the curtilage. Yeah. Sorry, let me just go back to. So on Homebase, you've got these rolled together in one.
Yeah, and I think your suggestion or your query on Homebase was should we get rid of the operational development requirement given the constraints of the site and limit restrictions to or limit use class changes to those outside of class E, and on this one there's potentially a role for both use and operational development. I just need to take instructions briefly just on.
It's probably better to have it split. I'm just thinking condition 40 on Homebase. One relates to changes of use, the other relates to physical alterations, physical development, so that it's clearer, more specific to have them as 2 separate conditions as you've got them on Tesco's.
Yeah.
Albeit that the similar comments apply probably about the changes in use and things. Yep.
Yeah, understood. Agreed. Thank you.
Go back to 40. Yeah. 46, tree removal.
Yeah, thanks, Mum. So this was the question over whether or not 47 deals with this. So just bear with me a second. I think it does. I think that point 1 of 47 does the same job, doesn't it? Which is protecting bird life.
There is a case to be made that actually part 1 of 47 is OTOs, because it is covered by other legislation, wildlife legislation. It's a criminal offence to disturb them, but we'll leave as is.
Okay, and delete.
So 46 is deleted. It's covered by 47.
Which we've in turn tweaked in line with your suggestion.
It didn't have the implementation clause. Okay. Are there any other conditions? Yep, Mr. West.
Ma'am, there's one additional condition that I wanted to raise in respect to the Homebase application. I apologise, I missed it when we switched over to the Tesco one at the beginning of this session. Would it be possible to look at that and go back to that now?
Yeah.
Okay, I apologise for not giving any notice of this one because this is a new condition, but I hope it won't be contentious and I hope that it will be accepted by the applicant. And it's really that there's a condition attached for a shopping trolley management scheme. These are quite common, I understand. The reason why I raised that is because it's been a concern to us locally with the existing Tesco store that the trolleys tend to end up all over the place. And it's common with some large food stores to actually have a device implemented inserted into the trolley, which allows the trolley not to go further than the curtilage of the store. And I think if we had a condition such as this in this one, it would be of great local benefit to local residents, and I'm sure the store would be supportive of it.
Have you got a suggested form of wording?
Yes, so the condition is a shopping trolley management scheme, and the it's a sort of standard wording. The retail store shall not come into occupation until such time as a shopping trolley management scheme has been submitted to and approved by the local planning authority. And the reason, in the interests of safety and general environment, something like that.
You'd need an extra bit on the end, development to be carried out in accordance with the, operated in accordance with the scheme. Any comments, Mr. Roberts?
I don't have any comments at this stage. We'd have to obviously check with our client and confirm, but I don't have any comments on the proposed wording.
Mr. Smith?
No comments, Ma'am.
Okay.
Ma'am, I have found reference to one, if it's of assistance, in relation to a development in a retail park in Southampton, the Antelope Park.
Is there an appeal reference or an application reference?
I'm sorry, I haven't, but I can find it for you if that would be helpful. It dates back to 2012. It wasn't an appeal reference. I think it was a.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a complicated wording. Yeah, so I'll leave the council and the applicant to just finalise some wording for that to go on the home base. Yep. Thank you
very much.
Okay. So we're at 10 to 1. Oh, Mr. Smith, yes.
Sorry, Mum, just a quick one on procedure then. So how would you like to see these again, do you want to see track changes versions from your track changes, or are you happy with a new clean schedule? I think the former might be quite difficult to read, but we can happily do that.
A new clean schedule, please, in Word format, so I can cut and paste into the conditions into the appendices on my report, and it will need to go past the Residents Association as well before it comes to me, just in case there's anything in there that they need to comment on too.
Understood. Thank you, Mum.
But sooner, how long will it be before I get that, do you think?
I would like to think no more than a couple of days, a few days, if that's
perfect. Okay. What day of the week are we now? Oh, we've got Easter coming up, haven't we? Well, I can be more generous than I would normally, because I won't be doing anything with it. And well, we need it in advance in case there's anything crops up that needs further discussion. So if we say 14th of April.
Well, that sounds very generous indeed, Mum. Thank you very much.
It is for me. So it needs to be in Word format that I can copy and paste, and alter, not a PDF. And I'll assume it'll have gone with the rounds. And if there is any disagreement over anything, just maybe some notes just to explain any disagreement that we need to address. Okay.
Absolutely. Yeah, thank you, Mum.
Sorry, can I check? Can I ask roughly when we would get it then? Because we will get it before the 14th, presumably, for our comments.
What we'll do, Ms. Strike, is Mr. Roberts and I will speak after this and form a plan of action.
Okay.
And we'll drop you a line if that's okay.
If you could let me know, that would be useful. Thank you.
Okay. So we'll adjourn for lunch now. It's 10 to 1. If we say 1:30, does that give people sufficient time, or do people need longer?
We have got some limited constraints on availability up until 2 o'clock. So Ms. Shuttleworth, for example, who may be helpful on the legal agreements, isn't available again until 2. I don't suggest that necessarily means we need to wait until then, but we can perhaps revisit bits if we need to.
It's safest 2, and there's nothing wrong with a long lunch. If we adjourn till 2 o'clock, then.
Yes, thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank
you.
Thank you.
Hello, ma'am.
Hello, hello. There we go. So we've got an additional person now for the council. Yeah.
Do you want to introduce yourself, Mr. Abbas?
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Hello.
I'm the external solicitor acting for London Borough of Hounslow on the Section 106 agreement.
Thank you very much. And we've got Mr. Barber for the applicant.
Yes.
Okay, no track changes this time because the only documents I had were PDFs. So if we take Homebase first. I sent an email out with comments and questions. So does it make sense to go through those?
I think so. Yeah.
Okay.
We're I think both me and Mr. Abbas are ready to speak to that.
Okay. So first of all, the construction training contribution.
Yeah. So this is a contribution of £358,875 plus indexation under the Section 106 agreement. You've asked why is this an up to figure? I think that's a reference contained in the SIL compliance schedule that the council's provided in under the 106 wording. It's not strictly speaking an up to figure, although it's called that in shorthand in the SIL compliance schedule. How the drafting works is that there's two options: either payment of a contribution or delivering a scheme. And the Section 106 agreement sets out what that scheme needs to contain. And then the preference is always to provide the scheme, but in certain circumstances that can't necessarily be done. How the drafting works is to effectively require the scheme to be provided up to that value that's stated. And if the developer can't evidence that value is provided up to that amount, it needs to provide a top-up contribution, which is where the up to reference came from. But that would be capped at the overall value.
If there's a cap, how can you add to it?
So the maximum the developer could pay is that sum set out in the agreement.
Yes, I understand that.
Yeah, and if the developer's providing the scheme needs to be effectively construction training provision up to that value. So the developer can't be required to provide more than that, but equally the provision is in there to stop, I suppose, corner cutting and to make sure that value is provided to the sum of that amount. I think that Mr. Abbas can come in here, but there has been a concern previously that perhaps developers have cut corners by providing schemes themselves.
So Mum, where the developer provides a scheme, construction training scheme, but it's not to the value of the contribution, effectively they have to pay the difference as a financial contribution. So should they provide a construction scheme that was only £300,000, the difference between £300,000 and the contribution amount would be paid to the council. So the council is always getting the value. And just to take a step back, that's based on the actual contribution amount is based on a formulaic calculation per £1 million of construction costs. So in this case, it's £130.5 million build costs, and it's £2,500 per £1 million, and that's how you get to the 358 figure. So essentially, it's an enforcement mechanism for the council to make sure that the council will always get maximum value and the value of the contribution it should. It's just to cater for the fact that the actual scheme may not, if provided, may not give you the actual value, so you get the balance difference. But obviously, from the developer's perspective, they want a cap to say their maximum liability or the maximum they have to do is no more than that 358,000.
Yeah, but what I want to understand is, why is it capped? Because it has to meet the different tests for planning obligations. You've got, it's £2,750 for every 1 million of construction costs, and as you say, it came in that, I worked that out, it came in as 130,500,000. Yeah, the construction costs would be 130,500,000. So where do I find that construction cost figure? What if the prices go up? Is there, if it's capped at that construction cost?
So the value is index linked to take account of market forces in the normal way for valuation. So that would cover if the market changes. Obviously, at the point of time at which the application is put in, that is the value that and the bill costs that have been submitted to the council and reviewed by the council officers, and they confirm that they think that is their appropriate value of bill costs for the proposed scheme. So effectively, that then becomes fixed at that point in time, linked to indexation to take account of change of value of money, and then essentially they have to provide a scheme of training that meets that value, including the indexation. And if they fail to do that, the difference between the scheme they do provide and that contribution amount will have to be paid as a financial contribution.
Why is it not just paid as a full contribution?
Because the preference for the council is for the developer to actually provide the training, because there's a loss of value if the council has to go out and find the apprenticeships elsewhere. So the council's preference is for the developer to provide on-site construction training if possible.
Sorry, I think we've got a couple of points, if that's all right, ma'am.
Yeah. Just let me just finish writing.
Sorry, of course.
Just finish writing this. So the council's preference is for a scheme?
Yes, it's always for a scheme on site.
Yeah, Striak.
Yes, ma'am. Sorry, I think this is for our benefit and for those people like me who don't really understand the difference between SIL and S106. So how's SIL calculated? How's S106 calculated, and what do they go to, and how do they work together? If we could have just a quick explanation, please.
I'll leave that to Mr. Smith, I think, for the council with the SIL particularly.
Yeah, I can do well means. I mean, we've got two very clever lawyers here who will be able to explain this better than I. But in a nutshell, SIL is in effect a development tax on floor space. I think in its simple terms, it can be spent on projects and initiatives that are predefined by the local authority. And those projects and initiatives will vary from authority to authority, but there's a list towards SIL, towards which SIL can be directed. So in Hounslow, for example, education improvement is something that's on that SIL list, which means that SIL would be directed towards it. Section 106 contributions.
Can I ask a question then straight away? How can we be guaranteed that that money will be spent in our area as opposed to in the rest of the borough?
Well, it's for the council as your local authority to direct resources, SIL resources as required to meet its needs, including the needs generated by development.
So there's no guarantee.
No guarantee. I think there's no guarantee, but I think you can expect your authority to be making the right decisions with regard to the allocation of resources.
The question that Mr. Striak's asking is it ring fenced, and the answer is no.
No, it's not ring fenced. No.
Okay.
Just coming on to
S106. If there are infrastructure needs that arise over the whole borough, and so money is collected through the community infrastructure levy, goes into pots, and then the council spends it in accordance with their priorities throughout the borough as a whole, is my understanding of the SIL.
Okay, so no, and I understand that this is a general issue, but obviously local residents would want it to be spent locally, but there's no guarantee of that. So I think there'll be some dissatisfaction with that. But I know that's the.
But equally, you could benefit from SIL paid by other developments elsewhere in your part of the borough.
I don't think that's ever happened, but anyway, okay, I know that's not for here. And then what, S106?
Yeah, Section 106 contributions are generally obligations, financial or otherwise, that are directly necessitated by a particular development, and where those necessities are not on the SIL list, basically. So if a development has an impact that needs to be mitigated, that would generally be secured through the Section 106 agreement, and that can be things like the example we're looking at now is a good example, really, because it deals with both eventualities. So it can deal with the delivery of something such as a program, a construction training program, and it can also deal with payments towards other infrastructure or mitigation, such as healthcare provision, which we'll come on to a little later.
And that has to be spent within this particular development then?
So that will need to be spent as the legal agreement says it has to be spent. So the Section 106 agreement will describe what the obligation is, and if that's a financial contribution, where that financial contribution should be directed towards. So it's more specific, absolutely. Yeah, it's much more specific.
And within a certain period of time, presumably.
Yeah, generally, yeah. There's provisions in the agreement that say you've got, for example, 5 years or 10 years to spend this.
And Councillor Lukey, I think, has got some questions.
Let me just, so for a good example would be the play space payment. There's a specific playground specified where the monies would be spent. So when I'm asking questions about the contributions, particularly that have been secured, I want to know how they've been calculated and exactly what they would be spent on, to know for sure that they meet the tests that are required for planning obligations. As I think I tried to explain earlier in the inquiry, they can't be used just to mitigate some general harm, something that's not very satisfactory in the area. They can only address specific harms arising from a specific development. To mitigate those harms, they can't address pre-existing poor conditions.
So this construction training contribution, it's potentially worth how much? Over £1 million?
Up to £359,000.
So we've got lots, and this is just for the home base, but we've got a lot of construction going on. In my experience, you pull somebody off the unemployment, and you get them in on this, and what do they qualify for? They're put onto some construction safety or banksman job, rather than anything professional. And you've got a lot of building going on. How are we going to monitor this? How are we going to monitor the delivery and a decent chance for anybody going on this? Why is it left to the local authority specifically? For example, when developments were going on, and we probably touch upon this again later with the Tesco. When we were developing, when the development at Skye was taking place, there was some local working group that actually monitored and saw how these construction jobs were being paid for, and what the outcomes of them were. We don't seem to be getting that here. This is just kind of relying on goodwill of any contractor, probably not even a subcontractor, and it'll just be those simple dirty jobs, rather than anything that is properly skilled. Here's your certificate, you can come on site, minimum wage or similar. So how are we going to guarantee some kind of quality construction training here, over and above the basics that takes advantage of the low paid and the low qualified?
Madam,
through this Section 106 contribution.
Would you like me to take that, Madam? Yeah. So I think the relevant provision is in Schedule 1, paragraph 3, which is page 32 of the core document, 5.11. But basically within it, there is a requirement before the developer can even commence on site, that they would submit a construction training scheme, which sets out various things, including who they're going to identify in terms of providing construction training to, the level of number of positions, whether they will be formal apprenticeships, and there's a requirement to provide apprenticeships at level 2 and level 3, which are the more senior levels, traineeships, what level of work experience, but they have to put together a comprehensive scheme. That scheme is then submitted to the council. The council then reviews that scheme and has to approve that scheme before the developer can even start on site. Once the scheme is approved, the developer has to adhere to the scheme requirements, and there are quarterly monitoring reports that are provided by the developer to the council to show that they have absolutely met the requirements of the approved scheme. Obviously, in the event that that isn't the case, the council would be going to the developer and seeking for them to remedy any non-compliance. So it is quite...
Sorry, Feroz, who approves the scheme?
The council, the planning authority, will approve the scheme.
Just a planning authority, anybody specifically within there, or is that, are we going back to the planning authority? Okay, madam. Okay, all right.
It's usually in my experience, it's the planning officer, and they would take advice from whoever they need to take advice from. If they need to take advice from the council's legal team, then they'll do that, or whoever they feel to be a relevant person to interrogate the scheme that's been put forward.
If it assists, I believe the council have a specific team that deals with both construction training and employment initiatives, whose main job is to make sure that it adheres to appropriate requirements.
Sorry, if I could add there, and I realise it wouldn't be part of the S106 agreement, but if we could ask that anything like that is consulted with our ward councillors.
I think that's probably a question for the internal workings of the council, which I probably can't. There's obviously an appropriate mechanism internally on how they deal with that. So I think that's probably something that would have to be raised with the council directly.
This is probably our only opportunity to ask for something like that.
And not just, and probably not just, not that who knows, I might not get re-elected, but not just on this matter, but a whole load of other Section 106s. That are not, that are being talked about here now, or will be talked about here, will appear on the document. But the actual monitoring of them and the seeing where they're actually going to go after today, we don't know. We won't know. There'll be and there'll be perhaps at the behest of some senior officers or senior politicians who might be happy to via this with the. Through an arrangement with the developer. How do we know that these things are going to? How are we going to be able to monitor these locally? The people that are going to be impacted are local. How are they going to get representation on these things?
I think that's probably an internal council processing point again, councillor. Which
tell us then. Tell us, Nick. You're engaged by the council. Tell us how.
Well, I think that's the point. Sorry, Mum.
It's Mr. Smith.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Smith. Sorry, I've called him Nick. Sorry. Okay, Mr. Smith.
I think that these matters are processing points internally with the council, which you or anyone can take up outside of this forum. I think, quite honestly.
There's the planning obligation includes a monitoring fee to assist the council in resourcing officers to monitor the planning obligations. I don't know if the council has a specific team that deals with planning obligations, or it's a function.
As you see, and you pointed out in your comments, the council takes monitoring fees for all its obligations, and they differ slightly depending on the complexity of the obligations. There is a Section 106 monitoring officer whose sole role is to ensure compliance with 106, and obviously will liaise with the relevant parts of the council in order to both approve and ensure compliance. So the mechanisms are in there, I think, with reference to the comments about public scrutiny. I think the normal public scrutiny rules that apply to any council function would apply to these. So, but probably, as Mr. Smith says, stand outside of this particular forum.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. And my apologies, Mr. Abbas, for referring to you as Feroz earlier, rather than your surname.
forgot what I was going to say now. Yes, so Mr. Abbas has confirmed that there is a dedicated council officer for planning obligations. So it might be that if outside of this forum you want to liaise with them, you can do. So there's a dedicated person rather than just the local planning authority. That's up to you and the council whether that's an appropriate thing to do. But there's at least a single person that you're able to approach.
Just to add, the 106 agreement does require quarterly monitoring reports to be submitted throughout the construction phase. So the council will be being provided that information on the scheme and the training that's being carried out.
Okay. So next on my query was the employment initiatives contribution. Why is this an up to figure? Presumably the same comments apply.
Yes.
Northumberland Avenue transport mitigation. So this ties in with the questions that were raised just a few moments ago by Striak and the councillor. I need to understand exactly what works are proposed, and I'm not clear how the amount has been calculated.
So my understanding from instructing officers on this one, Ma'am, is that there's a potential for impact for an increase of use of increased traffic use along Northumberland Avenue. However, that in order to try and access the new superstore. However, rather than base it on modelling, I think the council are waiting to see what the actual impact would be. So this contribution is effectively designed to, if there is an impact, to mitigate it. And the mitigation that is being proposed or has been accounted for within the contribution is a physical barrier or a physical restriction. But if that wasn't needed, then the contribution also has flexibility to be used for camera restrictions. Essentially, my understanding is that the council want to see if there is an actual impact before they would exercise this contribution, but want to secure it now so that there isn't a case of that they've effectively missed the boat in securing the mitigation if it's required at a later date.
All right.
Sorry,
Presumably road traffic orders would be for the physical measures that you just mentioned. Then that would need road traffic orders to secure them on the public highway, and at that stage, local residents would be able to provide their comments.
Yes, Marvin, if I may. Yeah, that's the case. So we would any interventions would require consultation with residents, which is why the obligation is worded as it is, because it may be something that a physical barrier or a physical I'm going to use the word obstruction. That's not correct, but physical measures to stop through traffic might be something that might be supported by residents, it might not be, but we need to leave options open because it would be dependent on consultation. But you're correct, as well with traffic orders, it would require that traffic orders and a statutory consultation as well.
This is traffic that would be as a consequence of the development once it's operational, as opposed to construction traffic.
That's correct, yes. So the modelling doesn't pick up on driver behaviour in terms of whether Northumberland Avenue might be more appealing for people to use as a rat run rather than using the A4. That's not picked up in the traffic modelling. So this contribution this obligation is designed to mitigate anything that happens in reality.
How much does it cost generally to put through a road traffic order?
So a road traffic order, it's not my area of expertise.
Ballpark. But I want to get a feel for, because there's a figure here that it's not entirely clear how that figure's been calculated.
Sorry, yeah. So to
get a feel for whether it's going to be sufficient for the works as well as the road traffic order procedures and things.
Yeah. So the figure.
I might be able to assist on that. There is a separate provision in reference to traffic orders, which is paragraph 26, which says the owner shall pay the council's proper and reasonable costs in respect of any traffic order that's required under any of the obligations in the 106.
So that would be over and above this figure.
And above the contribution, Ma'am.
And just to confirm that the figure that's in there is based on a similar scheme that we've installed elsewhere within the borough.
Where?
When you say a similar scheme,
So similar restriction in Hounslow, Pears Road in Hounslow, for Councillor Lukey's information, if you know the one outside Hounslow Town School. So it's not just barriers, it's like a landscaping scheme. So it's not just putting barriers in that would look unsightly, or it's a proper scheme that would fit in with the public realm.
Right.
That was used there to prevent rat running, to coin a phrase. Yeah.
Yes, it was. Yes, it allows pedestrian cycle access, but prevents vehicular through traffic, essentially.
Mr. Sorry, Councillor.
Sorry, yeah, okay, I know that scheme, but then again, I also know Northumberland Avenue and the people that live in around it, and some of the people that rat run it. But this isn't like Pears Road. And whilst there's an amount offered in terms of traffic orders, there's no amount. What's the amount offered in terms of hard implementation? Pears Road doesn't have a lot.
75,000.
75,000. Oh, I'm possibly suggesting that that's not enough. You've got a lot of roads coming on and off Northumberland Avenue. I can count 12 turnings off. 12 turnings off that route, which will include Musgrave Road south of West. So yeah, there are plenty of routes through there, and I don't think 75 grand will be enough. To create a scheme that would satisfy people should they wish to support it. And that's the other problem we have with these in these matters, as Mr. Heslop is nodding his head. He knows, and he knows how long these will take. So let's not scrimp on this. Should we ever need to? As if this ever gets approved. But should we ever need to? 75 grand is not going to do it, mate.
What do you think the money that's proposed, that's secured, would provide?
I think that would provide some cameras, which will require monitoring. That will require some physical implementation, but at the same time, it might not. We might end up with loads more cameras. We might need to implement passes for residents, as we do elsewhere, and they're not always successful.
Passes in relation to what?
So if you're a resident of the Northumberland estate, you'll be able to use that route. But if you're not a resident of the Northumberland estate, of which there are about 700 households on the Northumberland estate, if you're a resident, you'll be eligible for a pass, as we do with our red routes to school, and you know that when you were down at the Wyke estate the other day, and when we were down at Oaklands Avenue yesterday, we have a red route that prevents non-residents coming in, but they've got to register their cars, and that's got to be monitored. That's a lot of money. That's a lot of money potentially, and the 75 grand is not going to. A one-off 75,000 pounds is not going to pay for that. You know, give us 75,000 pounds a year, perhaps, for the next 15, 20 years. Yes, maybe. But not a one-off contribution. And I see Mr. Abbas is looking a little bit confused. I don't know how much it's been discussed with him.
Right, Mr. Heslop.
Yeah, sorry. So the contribution, the length of the road in particular, or the route in particular, that is of concern, and which is why we've agreed the contribution is the route between Wood Lane and Scion Lane, and as I said, specifically to deal with the potential for. And it's the driver behaviour and potential that that's a more favourable route than the A4 would be. Because it's a single route that we're looking at, you know, the contribution would cover, and this is why it's up to that. It's not defined. It could be a physical restriction somewhere along that route, Northumberland, that prevents traffic from accessing from one side from Wood Lane all the way through to Scion Lane, but still allows residents to access and egress out onto Wood Lane or Scion Lane, or in other schemes where locations we've used camera enforcement. So the £75,000 would cover the cost of introducing cameras to prevent through traffic. And as Councillor Lukey was referring to, we allow in other schemes we have a scheme where the residents are exempt from enforcement, and that is carried out by our parking enforcement team. So that in itself wouldn't require additional funding.
This is a function that's already being carried out.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, but this still needs to be. Come on, Rob Heslop. This needs to be. People need to. Mr. Heslop. These things need to be monitored, and these things need to be maintained. These schemes need to be maintained. And from what we're looking at, is probably in perpetuity. So I say that one-off contribution. Cameras need to be maintained, monitored, renewed at the same time as people coming in. We've got 30% turnover of folk in the borough. This database needs to be maintained. And I already get problems. People coming to me saying we're getting tickets and we've been registered. So this is £75,000. Whatever you say, perhaps, is not enough. And we know, and you know, from when we tried to get that down at the Great West Road, it took ages to get cameras. So there's a lot more to this, and if we're going to be implementing these schemes more often, then £75,000 is nothing, mate.
Sorry, can I throw something into the mix here? An indirect effect, if these developments go ahead, will be the fact that Nishcam parents will not be able to drop off or pick up in the Tesco car park, which will mean considerably more traffic south of the A4, because the north of the A4 we've blocked off to them more or less now. We're already seeing a big increase. It will dramatically increase, so that will be added into the mix, and you're not going to know whether the increase in traffic and the problems are being caused by Nishcam parents, but the Nishcam parents are doing that because the Tesco car park won't be available to them anymore. So this confuses matters even further, and will need far more traffic monitoring and control.
Heslop?
Yeah, maybe we can come on to the issue of Nishcam school parents and school drop off when we come to talk about the car park management plan, because we cover that in the car park management plan. But as part of it will be. Maybe I'll just wrap up and say it would be obvious if people are using it, and we would make sure that we have monitoring in place, that there is monitoring in place to make sure that it is people who are rat running and accessing the Tesco car park, that technology is available to do that, rather than school parents who are using those roads and stopping and dropping their kids off at school. So I think it would be fairly obvious as to what that road is being used for in terms of traffic.
Right, just so that I'm clear, so you're now saying that the rat running that you're concerned about is people avoiding the junction on the Great West Road, Gillette Corner, to access Tesco's, rather than just general traffic just looking to avoid coming through that corner.
Yeah, so this contribution is specifically to deal with that, because by moving Tesco's from the north of the A4 to the south, people who approach from Wood Lane area south of the A4 may be more appealing for them to use Northumberland Avenue or routes that are not the A4, because then they avoid the junctions on the A4.
And the way you'd monitor that is through cameras.
It would be, we would need to look at the impact, and then it's either we would assess through traffic counts and traffic monitoring to see whether that is the implication.
Yeah, so the inspector asked, will this be monitored through cameras? You haven't said yes to that.
He'd say yes.
He did say yes. I thought he said monitored through
cameras. Yes to cameras and also traffic counts.
So cameras would be an option that we can use.
What's the other option?
We can use cameras or traffic monitoring, traffic counters.
Just that. Physical.
That's to assess if there's a problem in the traffic counts. But you need to come to a view in the first place as to whether the road is being used as a cut through.
We would undertake appropriate monitoring to make to assess that.
That needs doing in the first place to see once the development's up and running.
And it
to
would
see,
be
is there a problem?
Yes.
Look, sorry, ma'am. Yeah, as a veteran of a couple of developments around here, and with great respect to Rob Heslop, I think. Mr. Heslop. With great respect, Rob Heslop. With great respect to Rob Heslop, is that when we did look at the Nishcam school, we were assured the Nishcam school development. We were assured that it would be it could be addressed with what was included in the planning application. It could not be addressed with that. Okay, it could not be addressed with that, and then we've spent the last 4 years looking at other ways to address it, and not very well. Once we put a restriction in east of Wood Lane, you're going to get similar problems west of Wood Lane and pressures on the junction at Wood Lane and the A4 and various other locations up to Thornbury Road. And that's why I did refer in my presentation at the beginning of the inquiry that there will be a need to look at traffic management all the way down the Great West Road from Gillette Corner, back to Osterley Station. So this is it's great to have contributions, but this is not enough for very little, whether it's measured now or whether it's measured in the future when a Tesco is up and running. But I give you that if a Tesco is built there and it's up and running, you can have the same problems that we've got now with the school. And we don't want it after the event. We want it before the event. We want assurances before the event, and that will require more than just 75 grand.
Does anybody else need to say anything? Mr. Matthews, you came on camera. Did you want to say something?
Yeah, I mean, I really a question of how we're going to close this out, because obviously we feel it's sufficient. The council have felt it's sufficient. How is this now left then to determine what is the correct figure?
I can only report to the Secretary of State all the people's comments I've got here, make my recommendation, and the Secretary of State can do with that what he likes.
Understood. In that case, I mean, I'd just like to, I think we have to refer to the actual application and the modelling that we did throughout the process, the analysis of that. Which I understand Councillor Lukey has a very different view on traffic modelling, but it is the only tool we have available now to do this, and that has been approved by TfL and the council, and that has felt sufficient that this will address that particular issue. And we can't, Nishcam is Nishcam, but we can't cover every issue there. It's what's relevant to our scheme and what we're doing there.
Sorry, we're not looking at Nishcam. We're using that as an example of bad decisions made previously. Nishcam's got nothing to do with this, but this will exacerbate the Nishcam because you're building on their car. You want to build on one of their park and stride car parks. But the other thing is what modelling was actually done on Northumberland Avenue. And on the Northumberland estate. In that mile radius around the Tesco Homebase, north, south, east, and west, because you've got a lot of instead of people using Jersey Road and Windmill Lane to come down to Tesco now, they'll be using the A4 and they'll be using Wood Lane and the Northumberland Avenue and various other routes through. Even if going down to London Road and turning left, coming up Spur Road and Cyan Lane. So we know this, Duncan Matthews. We do know this because we live here and we work here, and we've experienced it, and we've had to mitigate for past bad mistakes, and that's what we're trying to prevent here. But I don't see anything that's here, whether it's Section 106 or the application in total, will stop that. Regarding your modelling.
Yeah, there are other junction improvements secured along through the 106 along the Great Western Road, should they be required as well? It's not just here. You mentioned other, you know, going back to Osterley Station, there are other junction improvements secured if required as well.
Sorry, are they in the S1? Will we be coming to that?
Yes.
Okay, because we don't know what they are. Okay.
All right. Anybody got anything else?
Just to say, like as you're saying, Inspector, this contribution isn't the only highways related provision in the 106. There's a number of other provisions.
Okay. All right. Next on my list was the play space contribution.
I can jump in there, Mum, if that's.
I just wanted, yeah. So on that one, let me just find it. I just wanted to understand more about how the figure secured was exactly how it was calculated. Just says on comparable mitigation schemes elsewhere, but that's not really a justification that stands up to any interrogation. So I need more information on that sort of, and what actually would the money be spent on?
Yeah, thank you, Mum. I can step in there. So you'll recall from the roundtable sessions that the shortfall in over 12's play space in terms of on-site delivery was 417 square metres. The council's standard off-site contribution that it applies to all such circumstances is £55 per square metre. You'll have seen that in the Tesco agreement as well. So that gets us to just shy of £25,000, and the play area has been identified. Let me remind myself what the name of it is.
We saw it, I think, on the site visit yesterday.
So that's Hawthorne Hatch. The precise play equipment, for example, won't have been defined at this stage, but it'll be to improve the facilities there.
Sorry, can I ask what £25,000 would buy? Because it doesn't seem very much, considering considering the number of children that there will be on the Homebase site.
Yeah, it's calculated using the council standard formula of £55 per square metre. So the council's formed the view that that's the correct amount, and that buys equipment or facilities commensurate to and the level required. So that's where the figures come from. If that didn't buy enough, then the council will have increased that figure, which it hasn't done. So,
Mr. Smith, I'm right in saying this play space only targets a particular age bracket, and there is some provision on site as well. This is just the older middle children play bracket we're looking at.
That's right. It's the 12 plus.
Where do I find the formula? Is it in one of the SPGs? Supplementary planning guides.
Can you leave that with me, Mum, and I can come back to you on it, if that's okay.
But if that's the thought, that will be a formula that the council's come up where there's a shortfall.
Irrespective of the distance.
Well, it needs to be within, the provision would need to be within a walkable distance, and we heard in evidence in the roundtable session the distance, I can't remember what the distances are, that it's within a reasonable distance for that age group without crossing over main roads, I think it was.
Okay, so I mean, I don't think we've raised this one before, but would 12 plus, age 12 plus, want to go to a playground? I don't think so. Wouldn't a youth club be better? Sorry, that's just something to throw into the mix.
Okay, well, I can only be guided by what the policies and the supplementary planning guidance require, and if it complies with, and those are set out to make appropriate provision for, as you know, a whole range of things, and if it meets those, there's that has to be sufficient.
I'm concerned that we're looking at just £25,000 contribution, and when you add fee, if that includes fees as well, that our young people are being shortchanged here. and why, just because the council might have 52 quid per kid as an amount, why has the local authority not long looked for a larger contribution?
That's something you need to take up with the council.
Well, I'm taking it up with the. I am suggesting that this probably requires twice as much, if that's the case, and it is far away from. It's too far away from the from the development site. Whilst it might be whilst it might be okay that kids are walking. We walked that route yesterday, and we walked uphill on the way back to the Homebase site. But it's still not the safest of locations to get there. So I would question 25,000. It should be a lot more, and then once we come back to the and it's out of the ward as well. And once we come back to the Tesco site, that's even further away from.
It's not a calculation per ward. It's not a calculation per child. It's a calculation that covers the shortfall in the space. So it's per square metre shortfall. That there's a figure.
It's still shortchanging, in my opinion, but that's my opinion.
Then that's something if you feel that strongly about it, and I can see you do, is that you take that up with the council with a view to them reviewing the standards and the amounts in their policies. Many supplementary planning guidance will have, they'll set a rate for something, and then there'll be a formula in the back to index link it as well as time passes to accommodate that, perhaps where prices increase. I don't know if that's the case here or not, but that's the amount, and it's index linked as well in the planning obligation.
Yeah, that's the point I was going to make, Inspector.
Sorry, can I ask, is this a one-off contribution or is this per annum?
One-off.
No, okay.
It's the provision in the first place. It's the same as the provision that's provided on site. It's a provision.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Okay. Syon Park contribution. So we've got here, so the contribution takes account of increased use of the Syon House registered park and garden, and by the development proposed, and the amount secured, I can't remember what the figure is.
It's £20,000.
£20,000 to equate to 10 trees, I think, somewhere it said. Cost of around 10 semi-mature trees, but I need to understand how that's arrived as mitigation for the increased use.
Yeah, thank you, Mark. Yeah, this contribution's been arrived at through dialogue between council officers and Syon Park. There isn't a complex algorithm behind it. It's something that's been developed in, as I say, in dialogue. Both parties, I think, are of the view that the contribution will pay for what it's meant to pay for, but in terms of equating that to increased use, I think that would be a very difficult thing to quantify, and so the contribution is slightly less specific than others you might find for that reason.
Okay, I understand that then, and so it's important, given that Syon Park are content with that.
Yeah, they've been engaged with. I've seen correspondence.
So, sorry, can I ask, so these additional 10 trees, is this for them potentially to hide the view of the towers? I don't understand what the, or whether there will be another contribution to Syon Park. Also, I'm just thinking about one of the comments that was made on the first day about the difficulty of getting into the soft play there at Snakes and Ladders, whether that has been considered to try and extend that to provide more play space.
It's my understanding that the play space provision for the the lower age ranges that's proposed is sufficient on site in light of the council's current standards. The shortfall in provision on site, so there was no need for any off-site provision for that. The shortfall on site related to the 12-year-olds, and that's the provision that was being made at the Hawthorne Park, is it?
Hawthorne Patch.
Hawthorne Patch that we've just referred to. So there is this is Scion Park, an increased use of that.
I don't understand what the trees are there for.
Trees, dogs. What?
Who are the what's the reason for the trees?
It would be for the park. Oh, that's what the park has asked for in recognising that the new development will bring additional footfall through the park. So it would be up to them where they put them, or the
Just to be very clear and spec, this isn't intended to be screening or anything.
Yeah.
I think, yeah, I mean, just to return to that point, I think the inquiry hasn't heard heritage evidence at this point, so it's probably not the time to be doing it now.
Striak, you've disappeared. Oh.
Sorry, I'm here.
Ma'am, I'll just also reiterate that the purpose is set out in the Section 106 agreement doesn't specify that it has to be used for 10 trees. It is for increased planting in Scion Park, so they do have flexibility. And as you say, the key here is that Scion Park are happy that they use it to mitigate the increased use.
But the monies equate to 10 semi-mature trees, as I understand it. Okay.
I think there is. It's possible that reference should be to, in the SIL compliance schedule, should be to 20 trees. I think that may be a typo, but that's one we can pick up and check. And I'm sure a revised SIL compliance schedule I think will be needed anyway, so it can be picked up there.
Okay, thank you. And the next is the commercial and residential car park management plans. So my query was to do with the electric. I know you've got some queries, Mr. Act. Just let me go first. Was to do with the electrical charging spaces. Did we cover off that in? It was really how they linked with the suggested planning conditions and the new building regs.
No, I think following the session this morning, the building regs, I think we have dealt with, in the sense that it's a separate regime, and we don't propose to try and interact or complement with it, and they just dealt with entirely separately. So I think that point's dealt with in terms of the building regs.
Yeah.
In terms of EV spaces and the provisions and duplication, I think the provisions in the 106 agreements deal with a slightly different element than those in the conditions. While the conditions deal with the number of spaces, I think the 106 provisions provide details and provisions around how those EV spaces will be monitored and enforced. So I think, as you are well aware, we have the ability to be quite more specific and more detailed in terms of our requirements under 106 than under the conditions. So I think that the principle is that the 106 provisions will complement the condition, not duplicate.
Yeah. Striak.
Yes, sorry, I'm not sure. I think we're the person who was dealing, the two gentlemen who were here earlier, Mr. McNulty and Mr. West, aren't with us this afternoon. I'm just trying to remember what was raised on this subject.
Was it to do with the charging for spaces?
Charging. Who was dealing with that?
What, the electric charge?
Yes, sorry.
No, Tesco's charging policy of their spaces.
They're commercial delivery spaces, or they're customer.
No, I think it wasn't the charging regime for customers.
Yeah. I don't remember.
I can't remember either. I'm sorry.
But we were looking. Was that is that what they were looking at to to put some in immediately and then to wait and see what requirements were there in the future.
But that's the electric vehicle. That's the electric charging, not
the car
money
park
collections, money in
payment.
Okay, all right. So you're allowed 1 hour or 2 hours free, and
it's
then
up to 3 hours, I think.
all right. Okay. All right.
Yes,
But I think, yes,
Sorry,
Mr. Heslop.
I believe Mr. West was going to refer to the actual car park charging mechanism rather than the EV points. But we can run through that.
You mean the payment rather
Yes.
than yeah.
Yes.
So but what's in the section 106 in relation to payments?
So maybe Mr. Abbas can better articulate this than I can, but essentially it's the mechanism that we've got in the agreement is that there will be a to try and mitigate the traffic impact at peak times. There will be a charge, a charge that will be agreed with Tesco for based on the minimum spend. So if you spend, as an example, under £10, you will be charged £5 as an example to park in the car park at those times. And the mechanism is that that will be monitored and reviewed to make sure that the car park use is managed and that the traffic impact is managed. Hopefully that's a very simple explanation, but Mr. Abbas can probably articulate in more detail in respect of that. Or Mr. Barber as well.
Yeah, Mr. Abbas, Mr. Barber. I don't mind who goes first.
So I think essentially Mr. Heslop's description is correct. There's a bit more detail around the possibility of changing the parking. I don't know if Mr. Barber wants to articulate it first, and then I can pitch in from the council's perspective if that's easier, if you want to do it that way, because it's there to assist the developer to a certain extent.
Yeah. So the minimum spend charge, as it's described in the section 106 agreement, is a charge that's going to be applied as a minimum during the peak times. The aim being that effectively it disincentivizes visits to the Tesco store at peak times. There is flexibility required because this is going to be a live document, a live issue. Traffic trends change. We've obviously got electric cars potentially coming in. It needs to be a forward-looking document, so there is flexibility built in here where the plan gets submitted and then can be revisited. There are instances that may arise where this is having a significant effect on trade at the Tesco store. Those instances have to be unintended, so that they're not in line with the objectives of the plan, of the parking management plan, which are set out in the agreement at paragraph 10.2. There's a list of 5 objectives. So to encourage car park use for larger shops. Schedule 1, paragraph 10.2. So the objectives set out there are to encourage car park use for larger shops, to deter car use for small number item shops, to improve air quality, to reduce congestion, particularly at network and store peak times, and to ensure highway safety. So the measures and the spending charge that's going to be applied in particular aim to tackle that.
I understand that. What about, so the morning peak will coincide with the school run for the morning, and there was mention earlier of the parking for the Nishcam school that's currently accommodated in part on the current Tesco's site.
Yeah.
So is that accommodated in there?
Yeah, the plan will require consideration of whether park and stride, as it's called, can be accommodated under the plan, and that assessment, there's a series of points that regard has to be had to, with, in summary, operational constraints, ensuring a consistent and user-friendly charge that works for visitors to the Tesco store, so people aren't being fined because it's not a clear system. transport impact on on Gillette Corner and the junctions, and health and safety matters, as well as the aforementioned objectives that I just read out.
But did the objectives include the school park and stride?
No, they don't. The applicant's position is that the park and stride is allowed currently on the Tesco site, and we're going to look at providing it here. That's going to be examined in consultation with the council under this plan. But it's not a formal arrangement. It's not a formal arrangement, and it isn't a formal arrangement currently either. Yes. And there's not going to be a formal arrangement under this, albeit it could be worked into the plan that's submitted.
So sorry, are you talking about then park and stride potentially at the current Homebase site? And if you are, that's not going to happen because that's too far for parents to walk from there. Then this is why, you know, we're saying that there'll be far more traffic around the Northumberland area because of the pedestrian entrance to the school on Wood Lane. So I think you can, yeah, I don't think there will be much parent parking at the new Tesco store on the Homebase site.
Right.
Obviously parents do use cars to drop off, but
yes, yeah,
as I understand it, there is it's part of this is a general shift towards more sustainable means of transport as well.
Yeah, okay. Yes, which is what we said when the Nishcam planning application was going through. Thank you.
We'll get you down to the school to give them a talk, yeah, on the shift in habits.
We need to keep focus.
Yes, agreed.
So, Mr. Striak, you're saying that there wouldn't be any demand for park and stride at the Homebase site in relation to the Nishcam school?
No, I think it's too far away.
Right. So I'd understood Mr. Councillor Lukey to have said that there was displaced parking traffic from the Nishcam school in terms of the Northumberland Avenue route.
Yes, to Northumberland Avenue, closer to Wood Lane, so it would increase all the traffic.
Opposite end to the.
That's right.
So it's at the opposite end.
You would be getting traffic coming up Wood Lane along Northumberland Avenue to the new Tesco store.
All right. Public realm.
Ma'am, the figure, I think you're querying how the figure was calculated and what it covers. While there's no narrative description of the works, the indicative works are set out in Plan 6A and 6B at the rear of the document, and there are narrative descriptions of what it would entail there, and then the costs relate to those works.
That's page 130 of this PDF numbering rather than page numbering.
I probably hadn't got to the plans when I wrote the comment. I was just working through the text.
If you're working on a hard copy, go for page 86.
No,
and then they're behind that.
Yeah, they're too big to print out. So yeah, okay, all right. So that's based on the works identified in those plans. I'm happy with that. Pedestrian crossing.
Again, ma'am, apologies, but this might be a little bit convoluted in terms of how we structured this. But the description of the pedestrian crossing works is set out in the definition of the feasibility and design assessment at the front of the document. The reason for that is
just give me a reference for that, please.
That is page.
I'm on the electronic.
Page 15 of the electronic.
So that refers to option 4 or option 6, and those options are shown on plans 8 and 9.
Yeah, and the reason why we set that out is because the option of the pedestrian crossing that's going to be provided is subject to the feasibility and design assessment.
Yeah, I understand that bit. It was just that there was no definition for pedestrian crossing in there, but if it's there, I'm happy with that. We come to the access review, which I think goes back to a comment we were having earlier about the different possible access arrangements at different points along the Great West Road.
Yeah, so the Section 106 agreement requires an access review to be carried out, and that's an access of all access and junction designs on the south side of the A4 between Development Land and Grand Union Canal, junctions of the A4 with Shield Drive and junctions of the A4 with Transport Avenue. There's a £200,000 cost cap on the works, but the review itself isn't subject to a cost cap. The reason there's a cost cap used is because it's not yet known how much the works will cost, because we haven't done the access review yet.
So the review, so that £200,000 is for potential. Well, we're up to that map is for potential works. The review is a separate thing. It's not the cost for that isn't part of that. Okay.
Yeah, that's not subject to a cap.
Sorry,
Councillor, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, just on that access review. So you're just looking at an access review from Boston Manor Road up to the up to the site there, up to Gillette Corner. What about west of Gillette Corner? You know, going up towards Osserley. Where's that?
But perhaps I can clarify, Mum. So the access review that's secured under Homebase, as described, which is between Cyan Lane along the A4 between Cyan Lane and Boston Manor Road, is to look at improvements to cycle and pedestrian safety at the accesses and junctions between those two roads. I think this was referenced last week in the roundtable session on traffic and transport. So that under the Homebase.
Can you just give me the road names again, please?
Sorry, between Cyan Lane and Boston Manor Road. And under the Homebase agreement, it's a review on both sides of the A4, and if whatever improvements are proposed and agreed with TfL under that review, up to a cost of £200,000 will be implemented. To answer Councillor Lukey's question, roads to the west between Cyan Lane and Osterley Station on the northern side of the A4, there's a similar arrangement or a similar obligation in the Tesco agreement to review those junctions in terms of improving pedestrian and cycle safety to link the site, the Tesco, in that case, I think the Tesco site to Osterley Station.
So people from the west won't be going down to the Homebase site. They'll just go down to the former Tesco site. You know, people go shopping. People come here shopping from Heston, from beyond. They don't just they're not going to necessarily be visiting any developments on Tesco. They will no doubt. But you know, how are you going to address the safety of junctions, and people will be coming down Thornbury Road turning right, people will be coming down Wood Lane turning right or left. This isn't enough then, is it? Really? We can't rob the Homebase Peter to pay the Paul Tesco. Yeah, if anything, we've got to do both.
So if I can just clarify, these obligations in this agreement and the Tesco's agreement relate to the active travel zone assessment that was undertaken in the transport assessment, as I think Mr. Ward was explaining at the roundtable session. So that's where these obligations arise and the need for these mitigation measures, particularly in relation to active travel.
Yeah, they're not to do with highway safety. It's to promote pedestrian and cycle connectivity, isn't it?
Well, they are to do with highway safety, but
yeah, but for the pedestrians,
for active travel, for active travel, most pedestrians and cyclists,
rather than for vehicles.
Yeah,
primarily.
Sorry, that may be true. That may be true, but people still want to, even if they're on a safe, even if they're on a bicycle, they still want safety at those junctions, and whether they are going to Tesco or not, they still want safety at those junctions, because car drivers will be using those junctions too, and those junctions have got to be safe for everybody, including particularly pedestrians and cyclists, and drivers who no doubt, as you know, end up in crashes. Let's get some more on this. Let's not just be cute with the developers on this, Robert Heslop.
My understanding is that the evidence that's before the inquiry shows that there's no need for these works as it stands. The planning obligations allow for a review of that once the development's in place to see if some in fact are required.
So I think, Ma'am, what we're saying is that the active travel zone assessment highlighted the need for these improvements, but the review, maybe it's in the way it's worded. The review is a feasible, more like a feasibility study, if you like, to see what can be delivered to provide these mitigation measures.
And once, yeah,
so if they are identified as being necessary,
exactly,
why are they not secured?
So I think I'm not sure I agree that they were identified as necessary. I think it was Mr. Heslop, sorry, I think it was more of a future provision to check.
I think I'll just finally just to reiterate, I think they were highlighted in the active travel zone assessment as points or locations that would needed mitigation, but with the no in terms of highway safety for pedestrians and cyclists. But the detail is to be agreed as to what exactly will be delivered.
So are all of those improvements to the east and the west identified in the active travel plan as being necessary in connection with Homebase?
They were. So the improvements to the east of, if I recall correctly, the improvements to the east of the site, east of Sion Lane, were highlighted in the Homebase active travel zone assessment, and those to the west were in the Tesco assessment, or as a result of each of the individual developments.
But that doesn't. The travel or the direction of travel doesn't stop at Gillette Corner. Okay, they don't just stop and turn left at Sion Lane at Gillette Corner to go to Tesco site, or turn right to go to the Homebase site. Yeah, yes, it'd be great if this is just 200 grand. If this is £200,000 to do the investigation, fantastic. But we know, and we will be aware, regardless of what the developer suggests, we will be aware that there will be a need for some works done, and that amount of money is not within this section 106. Yeah, future works are not in this section 106.
Absolutely, the works, the £200,000 is for the works. It was confirmed just a few moments ago that the review is separate. There's not the funding for it in the planning obligation. The planning obligation requires the review to be undertaken. Okay, and then there's those specific works that review would throw up would be funded by the £200,000 that's secured by the planning obligation.
Well, that's not enough then, ma'am. Really, that will not be enough.
What evidence are you bringing about costing?
Well, we haven't got the evidence yet, have we, ma'am? We haven't done the review. When we did look at Thornbury Road about 4 years ago to improve Thornbury Road coming south to north, to put in an extra lane, I think that was working out in itself. To allow a right turn at that junction to go into town, that in itself was coming up at around £80,000, and that was just for that bit of work, and that would include traffic light works and traffic light rephasing. So if it's 75,000 there, it will be a similar amount at Wood Lane as well, and similar going up towards Gresham Road and Lambton.
So the two junctions that would equate for around about £140,000. That's within the 200,000
at least.
But right turn, but right putting in right turn junctions and things, that's quite a different kettle of fish, to mix metaphors, but from the improvements for pedestrian and cycle just crossings on those access points.
Sorry, Mum, if I can just clarify, the junctions Councillor Luke is referring to are to the west of Scion Lane, so wouldn't be covered under the Homebase agreement. Again, just to clarify, that figure was agreed, the £200,000 was agreed as being appropriate with TfL, who are the highway authority for the A4.
But what I'm saying, sorry, but what I'm saying is that these, you know, we should not be splitting. We should not be splitting the contributions from either site. Maybe if we do come back to the Tesco section 106, we'll have a look at that. But really, you know, we've got to look at. There are bits of these two applications. There's things that we look at separately, but there are things that we look at as a whole. And if it swings and roundabouts, if there's a contribution from the Homebase site, then it won't be a contribution from the Tesco site. It's the same developer. It's the same, you know, it's the same parties involved. It's the same highway authority and the same sub-highway authority. So yeah, let's get this. Let's find a way. If this does get permission, let's find a way to secure both, and one with the other. And if Homebase is going to be developed first, that's where the traffic's going to be going, and that's where the first impacts of the traffic will be. And therefore, let's fund it through a Homebase section 106. Thank you.
So obviously these obligations are contained in the Homebase 106, and all there is considerable front loading of the highway works under the Homebase section 106 agreement. That's set out in schedule 5 of the section 106 agreement, what these works are required, and they are all linked towards the coming into occupation of the new Tesco store generally. The figures are set out in there. The two 106s are linked to an extent by the restriction on, well, heavily linked by the restriction on the coming into occupation of the retail food store, in that you can't open the new retail food store until the old one is closed.
So the active travel plan for Homebase only identified works to the, I can't remember now, east or west, which the one side east, to the east.
If I can clarify, the active travel zone assessment, I think covered was one assessment that covered both developments, but it essentially looks at routes to and from developments. So it's been the way it's been linked into the Section 106 agreements is that the routes from the Homebase site to the east, from the Homebase site to the routes to the east are linked to the Homebase site, and there was a specific reference in the active travel zone assessment from linking Tesco's along the northern side of the A4 to Osterley Station, with the Tesco site in particular being the larger development in terms of residential numbers.
But this, just to say, the survey, the active travel zone assessments were done on the wider area. They found that the desire lines and where people were moving were in those particular locations, which are picked up now. So one is to the east and one is to the west, but for obvious reasons of what's around that local area. And then what we've identified, or what's in the 106, I again would say it's not a mitigation, or anything we have identified as appropriate and it's come out of the assessments done was identified. This is a betterment which we try to identify in the future once we've reviewed, in case those desire lines or movements change in the future, which is a possibility, and that's where it's come from.
Well, the planning obligation can't provide things that are just betterment.
Yeah, no,
that would be ultra vires. It can only mitigate a harm that's directly related to the development.
So,
yes, Mark, so just to clarify from my perspective again, the active travel zone assessments are submitted as part of the transport assessment, identified locations that in the recommendations of the assessment required improvement. So it's not a betterment, but these are to ensure that it identifies locations where there might be safety concerns, for example. So hence why this relates to those accesses and improve the need to improve those safety at those locations to ensure that active travel is promoted and that in line with the mode share that's been predicted in the transport assessments.
Suppose the Tesco scheme didn't go ahead and the Homebase one did.
So if I can just clarify again, it's in relation to the obligation that's in the Tesco agreement, the specific route that was looked at and the mitigation measures that are included within that agreement are a route specifically along the northern side of the A4, identifies particular junctions between Syon Lane and Osterley Station that were picked up in the active travel zone assessment as locations where there are safety concerns. So that's the reason that was a specific route that was picked up in relation to the Tesco development. So I think
people going to Osterley from Homebase would be more likely to travel along the southern side of the.
I think that was. I think if I recall correctly, yes, I think that was the.
And there's no concerns with someone was obviously not enjoying the conversation. They just left. So people from the Homebase going to Osterley Station would be more likely to travel on the southern side of the road where there isn't a problem for pedestrians and cyclists crossing the accesses there. Is that the logic?
Can I just come in just in terms of this point about mitigation and the capacity point, in that there is an assessment as part of the transport assessments in terms of pedestrian flows and sufficient capacity, etc., pedestrian comfort assessments, and it's not that they've identified that there is insufficient space for the volume of pedestrians that have been moving on this. It relates to the requirement under policy T2 in the London plan to carry out these healthy streets assessments, which is aimed at looking at the existing conditions and identifying opportunities that the developments can improve in the area. So it's a policy compliance point. It's a requirement to look at that. That's the process that's been gone through. It's a healthy streets assessment that was done as part of it that then informs these active travel improvements that would be delivered under this obligation. So it's not that there is an issue with the volume of people that would be moving in those certain directions, that there is insufficient capacity with those pedestrians moving along there.
Okay. Thank you. Access review. That's what we've just done.
Yeah, I think that was the one we were just talking about.
Prohibition of parking permits.
Yeah, so I'll deal with this one. Clause 2.3 of the agreement, which I'll just get you a page reference, is at the bottom of page 26 on the PDF. States that the covenants relating to the prohibition of parking permits, which are at Schedule 1, paragraph 22, are made under section 16 of the Greater London Council General Powers Act 1974. So that provision, the Qatari case held that could be used to impose these restrictions within Greater London, and this, so the provision is compliant with the case.
It's a thing that's peculiar to London.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so that's all lawful. Considerate contractor.
So
Is that covered elsewhere?
there isn't a direct considerate contractor planning condition. So it's set out in the Section 106 agreement.
I should just very quickly say, Mum, that Mr. Abbas has evidently had a power cut at home, and so he's trying to log on through other means, but that's why he dropped off. The planning conditions that we talked around this morning around construction management in general don't require this specific requirement to sign up to the considerate contractors scheme, and the council's Mr. Abbas's preference and standard mechanism is to secure compliance with that scheme through the Section 106 agreement.
Okay. Healthcare contribution.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. I can step in on this one. So you flagged this, I think last week, and there's been further engagement with the CCG, and I think you asked for a few figures. One of those is the total cost of the new health centre. What I have got is the current funding deficit, which hopefully is satisfactory. That currently is that's £4.8 million is the deficit. We're told that just over £209,000 has so far been secured through.
How much has been secured?
209,000 is the figure we've been provided with against that deficit. And then you asked for some detail around delivery. So the new health centre is part of the CCG's current 5-year strategic plan. It's also identified within the Hounslow infrastructure delivery plan. The CCG would like to deliver this facility.
Slow down.
Yeah, sorry.
Yep.
The CCG would like to deliver the facility yesterday. So as soon as the funding is secured and whatever other processes need to be gone through, if got through, they're looking to deliver it.
Sorry, can I ask which healthcare facility and where?
This is the replacement Brentford hub, they're calling it, on the existing Brentford healthcare site.
Right, and is this sum of money, 200, however many thousand you mentioned, is that per annum?
These are all one-off payments.
Okay.
So just to be clear, Ms. Troy, so cumulatively, these obligations would deliver around about £1 million towards that facility. The 209,000 I referenced was existing contributions that have been secured from other developments unrelated to this one.
This one, so I don't get the figure you've just quoted. This existing contributions 209,000.
Correct.
Yeah. And you want 225,830 from this development.
Correct.
And yet you said the deficit was 4.8 million.
So the current deficit is 4.8 million. Take off that the 209,000 that's been secured, and then take off that the contributions that would be secured. We're talking about Homebase.
Still nowhere near. You're still £4 million short.
A bit less than that.
£4.5 million short.
We'll come to Tesco, and that's a sizable contribution also. But yeah, there is additional funding that needs to be secured, ma'am. That's the information that we're getting from the CCG.
What happens to future occupiers?
It's important to bear in mind that the environmental statement for Homebase concluded that there was sufficient capacity at existing health centres to absorb the additional population generated by the Homebase development. Where there is a shortfall is in relation to the Tesco development.
Sorry, can I interject there? This was the point that I was making, I think, on Friday.
Let me just finish.
Okay, sorry.
Mr. Barber there. So you're saying that there's existing capacity to absorb any additional demand as a consequence of the Homebase development?
Yes.
So then how can the contributions secured meet the tests for contributions?
The contributions are intended to work across the two Section 106 agreements with regard to healthcare, to prevent a lag situation by providing a proportionate amount of funding up front, because Homebase development will be delivered first. So by the time you get to the Tesco development being delivered, which should contain its own home healthcare centre, if that can be agreed with the CCG.
Suppose Tesco's doesn't go ahead.
Then the Homebase agreement stands on its own and is acceptable in planning terms, and that contribution.
How can it be acceptable if it doesn't meet the test of necessity?
Yeah, just to be clear, Mum, in the capital text, a different view to this, you'll have seen in my written evidence that our evidence is that the CCG is saying that neither developments can be accommodated utilising existing provision, and that both are necessary.
Only one of you can be right.
I'd ask you to go with my evidence on that then, Mum, if that's the case. Thanks.
Yeah, so just to clarify as well, we're referring back to what the two environmental statements assessment concluded. So there was an initial one for the Homebase, which did conclude that there was sufficient capacity for the residents of the Homebase development, and that there was a shortfall in capacity for the Tesco development. The Hounslow CCG were consulted, and they were the ones who provided the request for the contribution based on the predicted number of residents across both schemes.
And where did the environmental statement author of that section get their information from if they didn't go to the CCG?
It wasn't a simple matter of consulting the CCG. They were looking at population change and the published data of GPs and number of patients at the surgeries within a catchment. So there was two separate assessments, one for the Homebase, one for the Tesco.
Hopefully Mr. Roberts will be kind enough to.
Can I speak yet?
Yeah.
Thank you.
So I'm going to finish the point I was exploring.
Yeah, apologies, ma'am. Just going back to the point that I was making on Friday, when you look at the table in that relevant document, which was giving numbers of patients per GP, and that table wasn't referenced. And what hadn't been taken into account was that a lot of those GPs are working. In fact, I think most GPs now work part-time nowadays. You know, they're not doing 10 sessions a week. So that sort of calculation is absolutely meaningless. And, you know, we go to the evidence that was, or the statements that we heard from local residents, where you just cannot get an appointment with a GP, and if anyone tries to go down to West Middlesex Hospital at the moment to their to A&E or the walk-in clinic there, I mean the queues are horrendous because there just isn't enough healthcare provision in the area.
Again, I revert to the point that planning that the money secured by a planning obligation can't be used to improve that.
No,
what they're used for is to mitigate any additional demand. So they're so with the contribution, assuming what the clinical commissioning group says is right, and so they know how many people would be generated by the development and the demands that would then place on their facilities. So that wouldn't necessarily make anything better for existing residents. And it doesn't mean future residents would have a really good level of service. It would just mean it stays the same.
And yes, and we are talking, but there were about an extra 5,000 to 6,000 residents, and at the moment, you know, the practices cannot close their books even though they can't service the patients that they've already got. So when we've got the additional patients registering with the practices, you know, what are the other residents going to do? So I can understand the way that it's done. But from a practical point of view, just can't see it working unless we get a new health centre.
The point of it is it shouldn't make it any worse.
It will.
But yes, but it will, exactly. because of the demands on the healthcare service.
So who do you say? So do you say the clinical commissioning group are incorrect in the advice that they're giving?
Yes, correct.
I think that's right. Just to clarify, Ms. Wright, you're saying the advice from the CCG is correct, aren't you? Because you're saying that existing facilities are, in your experience, very stretched, which presumably would mean that there isn't capacity to accept many more new patients generated from the development. Is that what you're saying?
No, but no practices are allowed to close their books, so they have to take on extra patients, and therefore it becomes much more difficult to actually get an appointment. That's why we've got such a problem.
That's the point of the additional funding to help that. But my question is, what until the works are actually carried out, things will be worse.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And they will be worse when the works are carried out, unless we have a new health centre on the Homebase site, going back to my original request.
But for here, we've got money towards a scheme that's going to, there's a deficit of 4.8 million. Even with the contribution from this scheme, we're looking just at Homebase and the other contributions secured, that only, it still leaves about 4.5 million shortfall for the facility. So there's no guarantee that the money will be in place or that the facility will be in place by the time there might be a demand for that facility.
Mm-hmm.
But there are currently GP surgeries within that area that they could be using that money towards improving.
Yeah, but practically, you've got the Brentford Health Centre, which is supposed to be rebuilt, waiting for the Heston Health Centre to be rebuilt, waiting for the Chiswick Health Centre to be rebuilt. These are the priorities of the CCG at the moment. So Brentford isn't a top priority. Thornbury Road, where there are two practices, was supposed to be extended 5 years ago, and that hasn't happened.
Any contribution will only slightly dent. What's 280 grand as a percentage of 4.8 million? It's only going to dent the it'll probably be a difference of about 100 patients. So really, there's no capacity, and there won't be any capacity until there is a full amount contributed, and we don't see that here.
Mr. Roberts, the planning obligation, as I understand it, is specifically for the Brentford Health, the new Brent. That's what it says in the SIL compliance statement.
Well, the planning obligation is to mitigate the effects of the increased pressure as a result of the additional population from the development. The money goes towards the CCG. They have identified that they have got a project, but as you've identified in terms of that funding gap, that doesn't prevent them from spending the money that comes from the developer. They don't on improving provision at the six existing surgeries that are in the area. In the meantime, if, for example, there is issues with that funding and they think that it's not going to happen for a very long time, then presumably they would use that funding in the best way possible in order to improve existing provision.
I think just to add to that, Mr. Roberts, thank you. I think it's probably an oversimplification in the SIL compliance schedule, Mum. I think the actual drafting is for increased capacity in Brentford. Clearly,
I'm just looking at it now. So it just says towards the delivery of primary healthcare facilities in Brentford. It doesn't. It's not specifically the Brentford, but that's what it said in the SIL compliance statement.
No. So just to clarify, I think the CCG had referred to that in their letter as in terms of here is policy support for what we're trying to do in the area, and had referenced a draft policy in the Great West Corridor local plan as supporting the new health hub in Brentford, and that's a kind of a long-term aim of something they're working towards. That's not what's ring fenced, if you like, in the Section 106 definition.
So we know that the CCG want to direct this contribution towards that project. And whilst I take the point, Mum, that there's the current funding gap, in my experience, it's not unusual for there to be a funding gap at the point the contributions are received. But in any event, as Mr. Roberts has described, if in the doomsday scenario that doesn't happen or doesn't happen in time, then the agreement facilitates provision elsewhere in Brentford.
To be honest, look, if you drop 20 flats from this development, you can build a health centre, and that will satisfy everybody. And that not only will that provide health facilities for the households, the 404 households that are going to that could locate there, but also neighbouring. And that could be in your gift as a developer, but and satisfy all the shortfalls in one hit locally. How many patients does a doctor take on? 10,000. Well, that covers you. 2,500. All right, 2,500. That will just take that will just cover it locally. It'll ease the trouble at the walk-in centre at West Middlesex. We won't need to wait for Brentford. It'll ease the problems at Thornbury Centre for Health. Really, it's not just about what you can contribute, to make up the big sum. It's what you can do as a developer. As a developer for the community that you want to locate to. So these are things that can make you can make things happen, but you're choosing not to.
So that there is a health centre proposed as part of the Tesco development, and obviously it's the CCG's role in order to, it's not just a case of saying here it is proposed. It needs to be something that the CCG want in the right location, which is why the obligations under the Tesco Section 106 involve offering them the GP facility on the Tesco site, and they can choose either to take that up and take that forward, or alternatively to take the financial contribution.
Sorry, so you're speaking to the CCG, and I and other residents have been saying for 2.5 years where we need the surgery is at the Homebase site. And I gave you the justification for that on Friday. I'm not going to repeat it again, but it's another example of not listening to local residents and the local need.
Strike, aren't the clinical commissioning group, aren't they best placed to decide where the best locations might be for surgeries?
No, I disagree. Sorry, I've been working with the CCG for the last 5 years, and I don't think they know where the best place is. Apologies.
And what we do have here at that location at Gillette Corner, we have the station, we have buses that will bring people from almost anywhere, east and west, north and south. But if it's a stop from the Isleworth station or a stop from Brentford, that is a good location for it. Not waiting for Tesco. And I'm not going to make any analogies of Kevin Costner films, but this is an ideal place, and people will come. People will come, and they will come to the surgery. They'll go shopping at, if this is decided, they'll go shopping at Tesco. They'll get their prescriptions made at Tesco. So there's a whole hub. There's a potential for a whole hub here.
Thank you. The calculation that gave rise to the figure is for the NHS. It comes from the NHS their own planning contributions model as well. So again, if you have an issue with the size of the contribution per future occupier, that's something that you need to take up with them. That's what the NHS are asking for themselves. And again, all the contributions in the obligations are index linked, as I understand it as well.
But as you know, £280,000 won't do anything. And as we know, the NHS, unless you probably give it to them on a plate, they will not. They will not.
They're not here to answer those.
No, I know.
Allegations.
Obviously, I know they're not. I know that. Okay. I know that. We all know that. I'm just being.
You do need to be careful with what you're saying about other organisations that aren't here to defend themselves.
Okay. All right. Okay.
And the last thing on my list was First Homes. When we've mentioned them in passing last week, I think it was, you had my view, but obviously the secretary, which correlates with your views, that the exemptions apply and that there's no requirement to provide any as part of this scheme. In the event that the Secretary of State was to come to a different view, unlike Tesco's obligations, I don't think there is one before me that includes that possibility.
Yes, that's correct.
Sorry. Yeah, sorry, Madam. I was going to say that's correct. Again, we agree with your view regarding the exemption, so that's our starting point. But as you say, to take account of the Secretary of State, if you took an alternative view, the affordable housing offering is across both sites and has been addressed as across both sites. And I think the council's view is if first homes were required by the Secretary of State, that they should come off essentially the affordable intermediate being the less affordable type of affordable housing units, rather than the affordable rent, social rent units that are secured on Homebase. So all the affordable on Homebase are either affordable rent or social rent. So on that basis, the council would prefer to preserve those that tenure of affordable housing, and any first homes that the Secretary of State may deem are required should come off the balance of the affordable intermediate housing that are being delivered on Tesco's.
So as for development as a whole, if first homes were found to be required, sorry, the two developments taken together, if the Secretary of State requires first homes to be 50% social rented or London affordable rent by habitable room, 25% first homes by unit, which is in direct compliance with Secretary of State's guidance on first homes, and then 25% in other intermediate housing.
Is there an easier way of explaining all that?
So,
of
the affordable housing provided across both schemes, half of it will be social rented housing, and that's half by reference to habitable rooms within the affordable housing. 25% of the affordable housing to be provided will be first homes, and that's by number of affordable houses. And then the remaining 25% would be intermediate affordable, and that is again by habitable room.
That's only secured by the Tesco's obligation.
Yeah.
So if that didn't go ahead, there would be no first home provision on the Homebase site.
I think the only real way to look at these schemes, I mean, particularly with regard to the affordable housing offer, is together. Yeah, I mean, bearing in mind the nature of the Homebase development, which includes the replacement Tesco, for example, it's inconceivable that somebody would build a Tesco which they couldn't open until the one across the road was shut, for example. So, the council has clearly assessed the affordable housing provision in particular across the schemes, and if you don't, then it all sorts of starts to fall away a bit.
I understand that. So, but the Homebase scheme could stand on its own. So the Tesco's on the other site can close down, move to here. Something catastrophic could happen. That other scheme doesn't go ahead on the Tesco's site.
There would be no there'd be no first homes, no, but there would be affordable rented homes, which certainly from the council's perspective are much more needed product.
There'd be 164.
You prefer what's secured to meet the council's needs.
There'd be 164 social rented or London affordable rented units on Homebase.
Those are all the comments I had on the Homebase scheme. Stryak, you've gone off camera again. Stryak? You went off camera again. Were there any other points about the planning obligation to do with the Homebase site?
I don't think so at this stage.
Okay.
Hold on, just Councillor Luki, I think might have.
Well, I did have the on when I made the representation on the opening date, but I think all those could cover if I raise this under the Tesco Section 106 discussion. I would think that some of this would apply to both. It's kind of general, the stuff that I raised at the end of my representation on the first day of the inquiry, ma'am.
Okay, so we'll come back to those. Come back to those then when we discuss the Tesco's.
Okay, thank you. Oh, hang on.
Sorry, ma'am. Yeah, there is the one other thing that we spotted, that there didn't seem to be anything about an on-site management system and an on-site concierge or something similar.
For what, for residential or?
For residential, yes. On both sides, but obviously we're talking about Homebase at the moment.
It's like getting back to that Amazon delivery thing. You know, how do you let someone like that? How do you let the Amazon in?
Or if someone's heating.
Mr. Roberts or Mr. Smith? Sorry, yes, Mr. Smith.
We've got the delivery and servicing management plan condition that we talked around this morning, which could pick that up in terms of.
I think just to be clear on that, the under the Homebase Section 106 agreement, there's a delivery and servicing management plan obligation, Schedule 1, paragraph 9. That includes, as a minimum, the plan needs to provide for a servicing area that will include a booking system to ensure that delivery vehicles don't park on the highway.
I think that's what
sorry,
they were getting at.
We're looking at residential. So when people have a problem, who do they go to? You know, if the heating's not working, you know, and any problems, who do they go to?
I think this would be a
There
management.
really should be something, you know, ideally there should be something on site.
This isn't something that would typically be dealt with through the planning process. It's an ongoing management issue for a point for the developers.
Whoever owns the building, when you move into a building,
it would be a choice for residents. I don't know whether that will be provided or not, but
so who knows whether it will? I would have thought that when a planning application, a full planning application goes in, that this is actually included, because presumably there's an area there where people are, you know, when people come in, and there is a desk and a person there, you know, or who they contact if there's a problem. Or
if you go into a block of flats, you have to buzz to get into the building, and then you'd go to wherever you need to go. It would be for whoever owns the building to manage it how they saw fit.
So I understand that St Edward would own the building, don't they?
I don't know who would own it in due course.
That's what they've said. Yeah, that's what they've said. They would own the building, but and they would manage the building.
So the management of it would be a private matter.
So when does that get dealt with?
Well, not through planning conditions.
It's not a planning matter, really.
So yeah, I'm sorry, this is our ignorance again, not being professional planners. Well, we're thinking about it from a practical point of view of the residents there.
In any block of flats, that majority of blocks of flats, unless they're sort of particularly, I don't know, Trump Towers or, you know, they don't have a concierge facility downstairs, or it's just a communal entrance. People come and go. It's controlled by security, buzzers and bells and things. It would be for whoever operates the building to operate it how they see fit.
Okay, that was the impression given at the time when we were having the discussions with Barclays. They said it will be managed by them, and there was an indication that there'd be somebody on site all the time. So if they promise that at the planning stage and at the consultation stage and the planning stage, and it's not being delivered now, well then that just signifies something else about the way they will operate in the future.
Yeah.
But it's not my understanding from the plans that are before me for the Homebase site that is a facility that's included.
Okay. Well,
Mr. Matthews, did you want to say anything there?
Yeah, just to say that we will obviously manage the scheme appropriately as we do with all our schemes, but it isn't necessary to have this in the 106 as we're discussing. But we have, as you can see by other schemes, managed appropriately, and we understand the logistics that goes into having people and needing deliveries and all the rest of it, and it's there for us to service our residents.
It's just something that's out with planning control. I'm sorry,
Okay.
Mr. Councillor and Mrs. Striak.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
So we're 5 to 4. Time for a break. So if we break till 4:15.
That's fine.
And then
Thank you. Thank you,
we'll
ma'am.
take the Tesco's scheme. All right, until 4:15 then. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So again, shall we just work through the comments I had? I think some of them might already be answered, and then we'll deal with any outstanding matters at the end. So first of all, I had on there, the grocer's apostrophe on drivers. Then I thought,
happy to accommodate, madam.
Then I thought that I know legal agreements don't have punctuation, so anyway, I just thought I'd leave it in there. Pet hate of mine. Considerate contractor, we've already covered. Yeah. Yes, the car control parking zone. The Tesco scheme is a much smaller amount secured, even though it was a much larger scheme. I just didn't understand the reasoning why.
I can probably help provide some clarification. So,
thank you.
The analysis and contributions are based on the potential impact and location of the development. There are several existing CPZs in the area that need to be taken account of, and there's also some mitigation provided by the Homebase development as well. So when you take that all over in combination, the overall impact and therefore what's necessary in terms of mitigation is smaller on the Tesco side, notwithstanding the size of the development.
I didn't understand the reference to the mitigation from the Homebase site, because any mitigation would address pressure from the Homebase site.
I think, but cumulatively, it has a knock-on effect as well. I think is my understanding from the client officer. So there's an element of overlap. I think
Yeah, I think it's that you can't put a CPZ on the same road twice, and because Homebase is coming first, that will CPZ a number of roads, and so there's a few more to be done under the Tesco agreement, which only relate to the Tesco scheme.
Okay.
Yeah. On this, I can't see the amount here. I don't have the document here. What we're looking at?
£22,500
really,
under this agreement, and 81,250 under the Homebase agreement.
All right. So what we got on Cyan Lane, there are some locations on Cyan Lane north of the Great West Road that do not have a control park, that are not within a control parking zone. So numbers 36 to 140, 126. Yeah. So number 36 to 126 do not have are not under a controlled parking zone. Numbers 141 to 220 odd, 21 odd. The Wyke Estate, Oaklands Avenue, they do have a controlled parking zone, but that's limited hours. Any development at Tesco would bring more traffic, more cars wanting to park in those neighbourhoods. So we need to address that. Hang on, let me finish.
That's okay.
We need to address that with more than £22,500 because we may have to consult again on the existing controlled parking zone, and we may need to extend the operating hours as a result, and we might need to bring more people in. There'll be more management of it on the part of the council, but also there'd be an amount of money that residents would have to pay that they weren't paying before. So that's that aspect of it that we've really got to look at, and it's not £22,500 worth.
I think Rob, do you want, Mr. Heslop, would you like to?
Yep, so if I can clarify.
Go on then, Mr. Heslop.
Yep, so the figures that we've included, sorry, I've just got back, apologies for missing the start of the session. The figures for this section for the CPZ contributions were agreed with my colleagues who work in the parking management team and who have advised on what the costs would be for either amending an existing CPZ, as Councillor Luke has referred to, in looking at operating hours, for example, or for the cost of introducing a new CPZ. No, that's based on their experience of doing both scenarios essentially within the borough.
Well, how was that? How was that advice sought? And did you receive it in writing? And how is that calculated? I mean, that is probably from 2 or 3 years ago that you asked, maybe, or a year ago. You know, how is that going to fit in? And who are you going to consult on this? Who would be consulted on this, Rob? That's the thing.
So it would be, any consultations would be with residents as per our policy on consulting residents in respect of controlled parking zones.
Excuse me. Did you get this in writing from the officers, your colleagues? How did they use it? Is that a ballpark, or is that?
I have, they have provided that in writing, and the figures that are included in the planning committee reports and in Section 106 agreement are based on that. Their experience of delivering CPZs within the borough, and it's based on as I understand it, it's based on the size of the area, the number of streets, the number of properties that need to be consulted.
Okay, so how do we mitigate for those who have not those residents who we have previously consulted on Cyan Lane, and people 126 downwards didn't want it. They voted against it on the consultation. Now they're going to be asked to take on controlled parking permits if they want to avoid new residents parking, not just new residents, but also contractors parking on their in front of their homes. What can we? Did you take into account any contribution towards permit payment to these residents?
So the costs would be the cost of introducing the controlled parking zone, as per standard practice for requesting these contributions. It doesn't cover the cost of residents parking permits. Obviously, the Cyan Lane, there are red route restrictions on Cyan Lane that prevent parking. So there are areas, the streets off Cyan Lane and off the Great West Road as well, where there are either no CPZs currently. Residents would be consulted if they wanted to, if they support a CPZ, then the contribution covers the cost of implementation. If they vote against a CPZ, then as per council policy, it wouldn't be introduced.
Right, and that includes that includes Cyan Lane, because whilst it might be red route along the main carriageway of Cyan Lane, it's not on the little slips and the drives there. Yes, you know that, don't you? Leading up to the homes, and Cyan Park Gardens, and Liam Drive. That bit was great, and some spaces on the Great West Road, which are not London Borough of Hounslow, but they're Transport for London. Has that all that been calculated within the £22,000 and the £22,000?
So the contributions, I can't recall, maybe Mr. Abbas or Mr. Barber can remind me of which contributions relate to which agreement.
£12,500 for Liam Drive, Cyan Park Gardens, and £10,000 for the Wyke Estate consultations under the Tesco agreement.
Sorry, one more. So can you repeat that, please,
Mr. Barber?
Mr. Barber.
So it's £12,500 as a contribution to CPZ consultation and implementation with regard to Liam Drive, Cyan Park Gardens.
Right.
And £10,000 in respect of the Wyke Estate. That's in the definition of CPZ consultation implementation contribution, and the purposes for which that could be used to set out in more detail in the definition of CPZ consultation and implementation contribution purposes in the Tesco agreement, which is page 14 of the PDF.
Okay, I mean that's not, to me that doesn't sound enough for our residents. particularly if we might have to go to a second consultation too, and the statutory consultation. So where does the 81,250 come from then? Where's that?
That's contained in the Homebase Section 106 agreement.
For what?
Do you want a breakdown of the what that would be? If I suppose
if the inspector allows.
Yeah.
Thanks.
So that 81,250 breaks down into £33,200 in respect of the Northumberland estate, 8,050 in respect of Sarn Lane Station, 15,000 in respect of Marlborough Road, and 25,000 in respect of Streets East brackets Brentford End up to the disused railway line.
All right. Okay. Seems like we're shortchanging our residents there, to be honest. My experience.
Are you saying that the streets covered aren't relevant, or?
No, I think they probably are relevant, but I don't know if that's going to be enough money. If we're not shortchanging our residents, the council is being shortchanged, and officers are being asked to make the silk purse.
I would imagine the council's asking for what money it thinks is required. It's not going to underestimate what it's required, with the prospect of having to make up any shortfall.
Okay, I hope you're right. I hope you're right. You know, in my experience of 8 years as a councillor, this time round, yeah, I hope you're right.
Okay. All right. Okay. So next on my list was the healthcare contribution.
Yeah.
So this is slightly different from the Homebase one in that it relates to the facility on the site. Yeah.
Yes, that's correct. So, Ma'am, I think, as you rightly pointed out, this is a provision that allows for both eventualities. Essentially, the developer's preference is to actually provide the facility on site, and I think the council is broadly supportive of that. But obviously, not being the regulatory body tasked with actually delivering the primary care services, obviously needs to take account of the CCG's wants and wishes. So the way it's been drafted is that in the first instance, a health facility plan has to be submitted by the developer to the council, who will consider it in consultation with the CCG. That facility plan is to deliver the actual facility on site, the specification, timings, etc. If that facility plan is approved in consultation with the CCG, then the developer would have to deliver it in accordance with that plan. However, if the CCG does not want a facility on site, or that plan cannot be agreed, then essentially it becomes a financial contribution.
That contributed £781,440. And that's indexed as well.
Yeah.
Mom.
Happy to move on to the station? Yep.
Go on.
Councillor?
Yeah. Sorry, am I muted? Thank you. I was thinking over the break, and this nice cup of tea that Strike gave me. I was involved with some organisation and project and development where some money came for health facilities. And after about 5 years, that money wasn't spent by the CCG. No doctor wanted to touch it or anything like that. We actually agreed with the developer that we could commute that to local wellbeing facilities and activities. If the health facility is not built within a certain period of time, whether it's at the Homebase site, or if it's not going to, if it's not built within a certain period of time, whether it's at the Brentford site, whether it's the Tesco site, I'd like that money to come to be spent locally on well-being events, wellbeing facilities within local settings in Osley and Spring Grove ward. As close to the site as possible, but also within walking distance or bus ride distance. We have the sports centre nearby. We have the the cricket club nearby, cricket and tennis club nearby, and the Indian Gymkhana, for example, down Thornbury Avenue. But if this 781,000, how much was it for the for Homebase? It was about 270 odd, wasn't it? I can't remember. But that 2.5. Okay, that amount. I'd like that. I wouldn't want to lose that locally, because if they're not going to build any health facilities, or we know how slowly. Sorry, I know they're not here to answer. So, but I know this might not happen. But at the same time, there will still be a health need in the area. So I'd like that. Your permission, Mum. A recommendation that this doesn't leave, but it stays within this part of the borough to be spent on facilities and activities for health and well-being.
I think the difficulty there, Mum, is as I mentioned at the outset, the council is not the regulatory authority delivering the healthcare provision. And therefore the contribution, if it was a financial contribution once received, the council would simply pay it onto the CCG. So the issue would be how you would get the money back from the CCG, given they're not party to the 106 agreement in any shape, size or form, and I imagine will not want to be party to the 106 agreement. So from an enforceability point of view, I think there's a difficulty in terms of getting the money back from the CCG, but also given the nature of the SIL statutory tests, the requirement is for the provision of primary healthcare, and therefore, while I appreciate the provision for other wellbeing services, the question would be, would it meet the statutory test even if it was refunded to the council in terms of what was required?
Well, okay. I mean, I've only just laid this on you just now, Mr. Abbas, so you haven't really had time to think about it, perhaps. Because we won't necessarily be handing it over as a local authority. We would only hand it over to the CCG. It doesn't go to the CCG straight away. We'd hand it over to the CCG if they have a project to apply it to, and if they don't have a project to apply it to, or they don't claim it for any other purpose, to contribute to either the Brentford Health Centre or happy for them to contribute it to Thornbury Centre for Health to build their extension. Absolutely. But if they're not going to do it, if they're not going to deliver locally on Tesco or anywhere else, then that money is not theirs. That money is ours as a local authority. It's tied to the local authority and the planning permission, not the CCG. Please don't throw money away that could be spent locally, or don't suggest that you can do that.
The planning obligation has a provision that if any contribution other than the healthcare contribution is not expended or committed within 5 years after the date on which it falls due to be paid, then the unspent or uncommitted part will be returned to the person who made the payment.
Right.
The healthcare contribution is different because it's handed to a different body for them to do what they say they'll do, and you have to rely on them to do what they say
within 20 days of payment.
Yeah. There's a specific requirement now. We must pay it onto the CCG. The council must pay the money onto the CCG within 20 working days of receipt.
That's a racket, isn't it? Yeah, if they don't want to do anything.
I mean, in terms of the use by the CCG's use of the money, the definition of contribution purposes is intentionally kept quite wide. So the CCG can use it for other provision of primary care services. It doesn't say specifically for any particular primary care. But it does have to be primary care. That's correct, Mark.
Okay, so can we stipulate if they don't within the 5 years spend it locally, they can at Tesco they should spend it within a radius of a mile or 2 miles, or stipulate the other location where they can spend it. I wouldn't want to see this. This is a problem. I wouldn't want to see any contribution raised by a major disruption like this in my ward to either go somewhere else in the CCG area, far away, or to be returned to the applicant. I mean, that'd be totally unfair, particularly if we are if we are looking at this as all right, let's not call it a sweetener, but if we're looking at this as
don't again, because
okay.
there's implications with words like that.
Okay,
so
all right. But if you're not seeing there's an incentive to approve this application, then we'll lose it completely. Then that's a fair amount of money to lose that could be used to help our residents to better health. Can we stipulate where it goes if it doesn't go?
The CCG, as Mr. Abbas has stated, aren't a party to the agreement, so they can't be placed under obligations in the Section 106 agreement when they're not a party to it.
But if they have to give it back because they haven't spent it, if they have to give it back, what
they're
happens?
not obligated to give it back under
Not within
Section
5 years?
106 agreement. No.
Really, not at all. Yeah, I thought that's what you said earlier.
No,
everything bar the health contribution.
So,
because the other contributions are for the council to spend. This is secured for the clinical commissioning group, but it comes via the council. So within 20 days of it being received by the council, it has to be passed to where the intended recipient is. Okay, ma'am. All right. Thank you for clarifying. Thank you, gentlemen. Okay. Osterley Station was next.
Again, Ma'am, this is a TfL station, and obviously they would be the regulatory authority that would be carrying out the improvement. So in terms of the figure and how it's been calculated, that's been done in consultation with TfL. Mr. Heslop, I'm sure, can provide details of the particular officer at TfL, but my understanding is this is their estimate of the additional gate works that would be required, and it's based on comparable funding requirements for the equivalent improvement at other stations, and TfL have stipulated that they think this is the maximum cost that's required to deliver these improvements.
The actual cost. I
can't recall. Is there a date by which it's to be delivered? Is there something preventing? Suppose they didn't do the works. You've put yourself on mute.
If TfL have not expended the money within 10 years, they are under an obligation to return the funds because they are party to the agreement. So that there is an incentive on TfL to utilise that money within the 10 years to deliver the improvement. Otherwise, they would have to return the funds.
Then we come on to the monitoring charges. Should have asked this in relation to the other one. Is there an SPG or something that sets these out?
There is the council's fee and charges schedule and the planning obligations and still SPD 2015. So the 2015 SPD is the initial SPD, and it allows for updates in the amounts, and then the council's fee and charging schedule is a separate document that stipulates the amount. So the monitoring fees, you'll see from both documents that the standard monitoring fee for an obligation is £636. And then there are specific obligations, particularly the construction training and employment initiatives, which take more monitoring. So they both are £3,000. And then there's again additional or an enhanced cost of monitoring for the travel plans.
And then the parking permits readdressed. In the Homebase, the same question that arose with Homebase, so that was addressed. So I didn't have any.
I think you have one more point on the definition of first homes Ma'am.
I think I meant it wasn't the tech. I think it should have been the Homebase section 106. It was, I think, was that the OTOs?
I think
it was this one.
It's to the alternative section
yes.
106 without first homes. It is deliberate to have that definition in there, and it's needed to make sure that the mechanism stating which agreement applies works, because we need a definition of first homes for if the Secretary of State determines first homes should apply.
Okay, even though they're not, there's nothing in the obligations itself about
exactly.
them. All righty. Okay, thank you. Were there any other queries from you, Ms. Striak or Councillor?
Yes, sorry. So I've got, we've talked about the extra gate at Osterley Station. Just going back to the Homebase site, there's nothing about Scion Lane Station. Now, we discussed Scion Lane Station on Thursday at the roundtable discussion, and would there be any S106 money available there to improve because there's no lighting there in the evenings. I think this is what Mr. West was saying, and I think we've got the one lift there, but you know that station will be used so much more. So what improvements can be made to the station there? And there's only one small area there where you can sit and you can hide from the rain. There's no toilet facilities there, so there's a number of things that could be done there.
Yeah, I can excuse me, answer that, Mum. Yeah, I think it's as we discussed, Mr. Wright. So I fully recognise that you've got a different view to this, but in terms of the council consulted and engaged with South West Rail and with Network Rail, and neither of them identified any deficit or any mitigation requirements as a consequence of the development. So, as I say, I know that you disagree with that, but that's their position.
Sorry, really. Just because they don't, just because they get mixed up in green line definitions around station platforms, it takes a long time to convince Network Rail and to explain to South Western Railway or whichever franchisee there is. It takes time to get them. I've been trying to get a cycle path through the car park. In fact, the predecessor was trying to get a cycle path through the car park at Isleworth Station to come out on St John's Road. And I had a shout. Robert will confirm this. I had a shout from Robert Heslop will confirm this. Network Rail refused the latest iteration, about the 6th iteration, the other day, and then they came back and said, "Oh, sorry, okay, well, we made a mistake." So just because they came back with this, that many of you will know. No is the easiest word to say here, but there is a great need at Scion Lane Station. We pointed that out yesterday, ma'am. The space there. By the London-bound platform, where there's space, and we've safeguarded space there for a lift, a corresponding lift to the other side. So yeah, let's go back there. Yeah, if anyone, I don't know if any of you have waited for a train at Scion Lane Station, you will see that there is no cover. I can send you pictures of the station from a few years back, where there were buildings, where there was cover, and I can send you photographs of even now when it's morning emptying and late afternoon emptying, arriving at Scion Lane Station, the Sky Crew and any others that will live in the vicinity. So we want that. We would like that. That is part of the transport infrastructure. I don't care what Network Rail are saying at the moment. It requires more work. Did you finish on that one, Barbara?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
Mr. So the other thing that
do you need to just let the applicant or the council come back on any of that point?
If they want.
I must say, Mum, there's not a great deal I can add to it really. As I say, the inquiry's heard evidence from the Residents Association on transport matters at the round table. I recognise that they take a different view, but the council has done the right thing. It's consulted the relevant statutory bodies and operators, and they have not said that mitigation is required, and accordingly it's not appropriate for a Section 106 agreement to secure contributions towards something that's not necessary. That's the council's position.
They've said they may not have said that it's required, but they said it is not required.
They've not sought contributions, councillor, and
no, have they said it's not required?
Just to come in, I know that this was discussed, and I don't think it's necessarily the place to go back over the evidence that was discussed in the round table, but it's paragraphs 8.380 and 8.381 of the Homebase Committee report, which summarise the response from South West Trains, and it's clear there that they're not requesting any additional contribution.
Perhaps I'm okay. Well, we'll have a look at that report. But then that's this is what we're here for. We're here because we're examining, because this has been called in by the minister. We're examining the decisions and the application. So just because they said that back in the report came out in April last year, and no doubt they wrote prior to that. Yeah, we're here and now, man, sir. That's why we're asking. You know, we're discussing Section 106s. So that's why we're here now, and we're asking for this. And it's up to the planning inspector to consider this and make the recommendations. Just because South Western Railway, who are not, you know, who are operating in a pandemic. They didn't know what they were doing necessarily then, and they've seen the change. They've seen the change in usage back up again on this route. So let's go back to our early raised at the planning committee by Councillor Unsa Chowdhury, and reiterated at on the opening day in the presentation on behalf of the 3 ward councillors, myself, Councillor Chowdhury, Councillor Eason. The Grampian condition, ma'am, no occupation of either site until the completion of a public transport improvements and renewals in the Great West Corridor Opportunity Area. We ask that condition
public transport improvement and
in the Great West Corridor area. So that would be, it will tie this into the Piccadilly line upgrade, the West London Orbital Station.
West London Orbital Line.
West London Orbital Line, yes.
Southall Rail Link.
The Great West, the Southall Rail Link, and the Great West Road bus improvements. These should be in place before any developments start or are occupied. That will protect our current and future potential residents by ensuring that the infrastructure is in place before development is built out. There's that one. The other one, sorry.
We could take them one at a time then. So this suggested, so we've gone back to the discussion on conditions then, rather than planning obligations.
Well, I didn't really. I'm sorry.
It's all right.
My even though I'm a planning committee member, my ignorance. But sometimes we don't learn all these things in training.
And so, yeah, just to go back to the discussion we had in the round table on public transport and local infrastructure. The point that was made there was about the policy context, which for reference was it's T4 in the London plan, and D2, which is about where there is insufficient capacity in the existing infrastructure, and the new developments are going to place strains on that is when it is appropriate to put in any kind of condition like that, which is not the case in this situation. The capacity assessments have been undertaken. They've been reviewed by Hounslow, been reviewed by TfL and South Western Trains, and the conclusion is, with the mitigation that's already in the Section 106, which relates to the bus mitigation contribution and the Osterley Station contribution, that it's satisfactory in terms of the effect on capacity. So whilst there is a broader context about public transport improvements that are being delivered elsewhere in the Great West Corridor local plan, that it's not the case that the existing public transport infrastructure can't cope with the additional residents associated with the proposed development. So it's not appropriate to put on any kind of condition restricting occupation until those are delivered.
Yeah, you're on.
Look, that's again we're talking about okay, it's not section 106, it's a condition, but this is what we've been angling for, and if that's how it's dressed or couched by yourselves at this point, this is what we're looking for. This is the Grampian condition that we're after. Perhaps it does suit the applicant and their advisors that there shouldn't be one of these for obvious reasons. But once this is in, then it'll be covered by then it will cover any other developments, but this one in particular, because we know there's going to be pressure. We know that there are going to be there's potential of 7,000 new residents in this locale. Okay. And that's a basis that we're working on. So again, it's not up to you. It's up to the inspector to make those recommendations and to offer them to the minister when the report is complete.
I can only consider the obligations that are secured in the obligations before me, but the evidence. Mr. Roberts has just explained the evidence before the inquiry has been assessed by the local planning authority, by TfL, by South West Trains. Their responses are that they're all content that there is sufficient capacity with the other measures secured by the planning obligations to accommodate the developments proposed.
Okay, all right. Perhaps there wasn't an opportunity to explain to them, asking them to look at these local nuances when they were preparing. We did not have the opportunity to discuss this at any stage prior to this call in. So
sorry, can I add something to that one? When we had the consultations going back now 2 years with the applicant, with the developer, we asked on a number of occasions whether we could be involved in discussions with TfL, and nothing happened. That did not happen. Our request was not met.
Well, that would be a matter for TfL and the appellant and the information that was going between them. But the evidence base was would have been publicly available, the transport assessment and everything. Yeah.
And we responded to the 2 TfL letters, and that was one of the letters then that was uploaded into the core document list the other day. And then we also, when we spoke to, and this is going back 1.5 years, when the planning applications went in, when we had contact with the transport department at the council, and we submitted a lot of questions about all of these transport issues and didn't get any responses to that either. I know it's not relevant to the S106 and the conditions, but it's just some more background about the fact that, I mean, we know what is being said by these organisations, you know, with respect to policy and everything else. What we're talking about is what we have to live with on a day-to-day basis and what we experience, and that's all that we can convey.
The consideration of the planning merits of the case can only be restricted to, it's quite restricted what I can look at, and the Secretary of State as well. So things like who should be involved in discussions at pre-application, that's completely out with anything that has any bearing on the.
We understand
the
that.
inquiry. Okay.
And have I still got the floor, ma'am? On this. Also at the representation on the 15th of March, I did mention we as councillors are looking for the installation of TfL and Hounslow Highways junction works at Gillette Corner, Wood Lane, Bush Corner and Thornbury Road before anything is developed, anything is occupied at these sites.
You have to give me those junction names again, please.
Yes, sure. Gillette Corner, Wood Lane, Bush Corner, Thornbury Road. We mentioned them earlier on, but that's they're back here again. The other one was a construction plan guaranteed not to disturb.
Sorry, we'll just take the points one at a time. Otherwise, things get missed. So you're saying you want improvements to those specific junctions before occupation.
Yep.
So we discussed as part of the planning obligations earlier the potential for junction improvements if they were merited. So those would be secured, but that would be after occupation once the junctions were tested with the development in place, because the evidence to the inquiry is that the junctions would operate within capacity and safely.
Okay. Look, I've heard what they said, to be honest, but I say I do know, you know, we do know our manor, our locale, our area, probably better than most, and that's the way we feel locally.
I understand that, but if to rebut the evidence, you need to bring evidence of your own that can be tested. You've gone on to mute.
Okay. Obviously, I'm not a traffic engineer. I do not work for Atkins.
No, I know that.
Yeah, exactly. Right. Okay. Well, let's leave it then. Let's leave that
one.
We was also looking for the construction plan, guaranteed not to disturb our residents. Northumberland Estate, Sign Lane, Jersey Road, Wyke Estate, Great West Road.
What do you mean, no disturbance?
Well, a lot of that would be the traffic movement. That would be hours of operation. Maybe they are in there somewhere, but I'd like to highlight. That and leave it on record.
We talked about it earlier.
Okay, fair enough. Okay. I was looking for we were looking for a section 106 legal agreement because we have not seen any support for community activity or community facilities on the Tesco site. None whatsoever. Nobody consulted us about that. Nobody wanted to talk, decided to talk to us about that. We are looking for. You were down at Osterley Park yesterday, and you see there's potential for there will be a potential for more use of the park. We were there on a quiet day, but again, with another 5,000 people possibly occupying the Tesco site, residencies on the Tesco site, we need more upfront money for recreation. At Osterley Park, at Jersey Gardens, which is a hop, skip, and a jump, more or less, from the Tesco site. You walk down that. We walk down the down through the Wyke Estate, if you recall, and we walked through. We didn't walk through to Jersey Gardens. Perhaps we should have, but it doesn't matter. And that's just 2 minutes walk from the Wyke Estate. That would need investment.
Councillor, there is a place-based contribution. So my question's only related to queries I had. There are other obligations secured by the deed. There is a place-based contribution for Tesco's, and that's if there is a shortfall in place-based on site. There's again, it's done by a formula, an amount per square metre of shortfall that is secured by the planning obligation for off-site works.
Do we know where?
It doesn't say. It just says in the vicinity. So that's if there's a shortfall, then
we know that
an amount to be agreed by using the formula that's in the planning obligation would be secured for improvements. I don't understand though why there isn't a Scion Park contribution when there was with the Homebase.
And Osterley Park.
Sorry, Osterley Park, yes.
Well, yeah, I've got my suspicions, but yeah.
But then, if you can't make allegations like that when there's,
Yeah.
you need to be careful,
Yeah,
councillor.
I'm not going to mention them.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
So, do we know, was it that Osterley were consulted and didn't require any anything?
Is this Scion Park?
No, it would be Osterley Park, is because Scion Park is closer to the home base, and Osterley Park is, well, Osterley Park's closer to, arguably closer to the Tesco site.
So, yeah, I'm not. Certainly no request for a contribution has been sought. Otherwise, it would be in the agreement.
Okay.
Would it be a request though? Would it be, did anyone approach Osterley Park National Trust asking them in the same way as South Western Railway were?
We certainly have got representation. I've seen representations from the National Trust. Everybody keeps changing their names. The National Trust, and I'm not aware that in any of those correspondences that there's been any request in terms of any contributions.
That's correct.
The response was on heritage issues.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
And just to clarify, in terms of the so the place space assessment on the Tesco development is not something that we know what the position is at the moment, because clearly it's an outline application, and the detail in terms of the exact mix, the place space requirement, and then the provision on site would all be done as part of the reserve matters process. And if there is a shortfall, then the contribution will go towards provision off-site. But that's obviously, there is clearly enough room on the site to provide it. It will just be a case of, what is considered best in the round, considering design. And just to point out, in terms of community space on the site, there's up to 5,000 square meters of non-residential space within the Tesco development, of which a minimum of that is a minimum of 1,000 square meters would be community space. So that could be provision for a range of community uses that that would be the benefit to existing residents as well as to proposed residents. And then we've got the 3 public spaces that are part of the development as well.
This was community uses, one of the uses that we referred to in the floor space mix when we discussed the conditions on Tesco's earlier today. Yeah,
that's right. Yeah,
I'll leave it. Yeah, you asked for a copy of my presentation representation back on the 15th of March, and all this is contained there. So if I don't want to waste your time or listen to other reasons why we can't have it from other people present here. But thank you for your time on this.
Okay, thank you very much.
Sorry, can I just raise a couple of others? There hasn't been any mention about the subway at Gillette Corner, and because it's in a very sorry state, and could we ask for a contribution or for refurbishment of the subway?
It's my understanding that's included in the public realm contribution for the home-based development.
That's correct.
Okay.
Is monitoring of that subway going to be part of the agreement there? Because it's okay having it, but if it gets graffitied and vandalized, unless we've got any cameras looking at it, then they're still going to scare people using it.
I don't know what the works are that are secured for the underpass there.
Thank you, ma'am. So the works are to improvements to the subway. So it's replacement of the railings, it's painting, it's lighting, it's environmental improvements to the appearance of it. So it'll make it a more attractive and an inviting route. But it's nothing. There's nothing in there in terms of ongoing monitoring or maintenance of it.
Well then,
CCTV.
Yeah, CCTV.
CCTV is not part of the obligation.
Could we ask for it, please, to make it safer, to make people feel safer using it?
I can send you photographs. I can send you photographs of regular vandalism of that location. And we do send in Hounslow Highways to clean it up, and then it happens again. So unless it's monitored, any amount spent on it, lighting, painting, anything like that, would be a waste of money. Obviously, some people have not used it lately and not seen it, but that's what happens there. If you want data, Robert Heslop might be able to find the data from Hounslow Highways for you. But if you want data, we can tell you. But it does really need monitoring, Madam Inspector.
I've got a note of your comments. As it stands, it's not included in the public realm improvements that are proposed for it.
No.
It's to the applicant if any revised version that comes in includes that or not, but I've got your comments.
Two other things I wanted to mention was the financial contribution to the bus service enhancements, which I think is 1.7 million. How has that been calculated, and is that, it doesn't seem sufficient to us for what is needed?
Yeah, I can step in briefly there. So that's been calculated by TfL using their matrix based on anticipated uplift in passenger numbers, and it's the amount that TfL think is the right amount to mitigate the impact of these developments.
Okay, that's not, sorry, it's been a long day. And they don't seem.
We can only go to the organisations that provide the facilities and the services to for their views as to what they think is required, and then react to that.
Yeah. Okay.
Just, I mean, if it helps, we did cover this in the public transport roundtable. It was based on 6 additional services. So two in the AM peak and 1 in the PM peak on the H28, and 2 in the AM peak and 1 in the PM peak on the H91. So that's what they used in order to calculate the amount, and it's based on providing those for a 5-year period.
Okay. Sorry, if I can just say, I mean, I hope we don't get into the situation, if this development goes ahead, where eventually we'll be saying, I told you so, which is what the case was with the Nishgam school. But anyway, if I can move on to, there doesn't seem to be any, I don't know, maybe we haven't come across this, any conditions or S106s on energy and environment. And I'm referring back to Mr. Firkins's comments about the use of gas boilers and whether that can be limited, how often they're used. And also he mentioned his presentation on the 15th of March about imposing conditions on the whole life cycle carbon emissions to a certain amount of CO2 emitted per square metre. Is anything like that possible, please?
Yeah, I can step in briefly there, Mum. So we have got conditions relating to compliance with the submitted energy strategies and on whole life carbon, and the Section 106 agreements pick up the carbon offset requirements if needed as a consequence of implementing those energy strategies. So again, we had quite a detailed roundtable discussion, so I think the inspector's got the various views on the appropriateness of the measures that have been put forward, but there are conditions and planning obligations in place to secure what's been proposed.
Some of it's dealt by conditions and some by the planning obligation. Did you get, it was a bit quick. Did you get all that, Ms. Striak?
Yes, thank you, ma'am. Yeah, we need to find this in these huge documents. Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Lovely. Thank you very much. Is there anything else then on planning obligations or planning conditions? No. So did anything in there require any revisions to the planning obligations as written? Well,
No.
whether it did or not, I'll leave it with you.
We will do a thorough final proofread to pick up any cross-referencing points before, obviously.
I think one of them, because it references a condition by number.
Yeah, that will need to be updated.
Yeah. Okay.
Just in terms of logistics, in terms of provision, presumably you'd like a clean copy and a red line so you can see the changes between what you've reviewed to date.
Yes.
And in terms of sealing the documents and signature, again, not something we've spoken about previously, but I appreciate the hearing's going to be held open until September. Is it a case that you'd want to hold off having signed documents until you've heard further evidence?
Personally, I would prefer that, because you just never know what might come up when we hear the rest of the evidence. And once you've got signed, completed, engrossed an obligation or deed, it's hard to then get it amended if there are any amendments or revisions required, or it needs updating. For instance, there's some new whatever that it needs to refer to complete a reference in there. So my practice is to allow a week to 10 days. I told you I was generous with the timings earlier, after the close of the inquiry, for a final completed version to be submitted.
That is that's fine with the council.
Yeah. Okay. Is there anything else on planning obligations, conditions, anything else generally? So we're coming back then on the 25th of April for the planning evidence. Yeah. Date,
yes,
right?
Yes, ma'am.
So again, that's the 9:30 start. There's nothing else then. We'll adjourn until the 25th of April, resuming at 9:30. Thank you very much.
Happy Easter.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.